Okay, I don't know if you noticed this, but that's like super odd. Super odd. I had a dream last night, and I can't even tell you. But basically, there was this guy who was giving me a real hard time, and I basically tripped him, and it hurt him really bad. And I felt pretty bad about it. Now, I know that there's like, some people getting excited right now. But I'm being literal. Oh. That surprises me. This is totally cold. And I wondered if I was mad at someone else. This guy kept on yelling at me, getting in my face, crying at me. So I tripped him, and he did the splits. And then he was really red in the face. His face went all red. And he was in crying pain. And I said, "What's wrong?" I felt bad. And then I wondered afterwards, was I mad at my dad? And punishing someone else in my dream? When I was peeling those potatoes, I said, my dad used to do this. But that was just a joke. He didn't do that at all. Maybe I'm reaching here. But in my dream, this person who I tripped, it didn't really deserve it. And when he was all red-faced, I thought, I feel bad now. Why did I do that? And Osho says, you're mad at your mom, so in your dream you'll punish your aunt. Because you have too much guilt for who you'd like to punish. And I wondered, did I feel abandoned? I mean, I just saw someone who looked like him yesterday. And then I had that dream. And then I said the potatoes comment. Well, that's okay. It's okay to hate people you love. I mean, but I don't hate him. I might be angry here and there that if anyone helped me, it was my mom. But I felt like I always could have lived with my dad had I acted right. And I always could have lived with Travis. I always could have lived with Steph. I always could have lived with Ashley. Ashley's a psychiatrist. And who makes me act the most right? My own mom. I don't know why it's so funny, okay? Maybe I'm a fucking weirdo. Maybe I'm a creep. And I laugh when it's not funny. Maybe I'm a fucking creep. And I smile when it's not funny. But, you know, everyone has their own rules. I was like, if I live with Travis or anyone, I even could have lived with my crazy brother, Cash. You know who ended up taking care of me? The fucking government. But that wasn't easy either. They know when I do some dodgy stuff. They know. I feel like I'm pretty nervous. I got a call, an email for a call to set up a meeting with my caseworker I've never talked to. Now, Sadia, who's my ex-caseworker, who I was very close with, she's one of the oldest people I've met. She's probably, I don't know, over 500. She said, "You're gonna love Shayla." I said, okay. So far, Shayla's as good as Sadia, or better. No offense to Sadia. Shayla says, if you don't need to say anything, just don't. If you have zero income to report that month, don't even email me at all. I say, thank you. Thank you. I got an email from her. She says, she said, your account got flagged. I gotta have a meeting with you about update stuff. The province flagged your account. Right away, you can guess what I'm thinking. I go, who's behind this? Who's behind this? I start freaking out. Oh, I'm getting all my revenge fantasies. Who's behind this? ChatGPT. It says no one's behind it. It's just a routine thing. Don't worry about it. They're going to ask you questions like, have you been outside of the country? Can you verify your address? It happens every so often. But it makes me nervous as hell. I've never talked to her on the phone before. And I'm not someone who doesn't punish things I don't like, regardless what the cost. I mean, never mind. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Clearly that's not true. Oh my god. Yeah, we need a bit of time before dessert. Sorry for lying. Yes, of course, I'm someone who doesn't punish things that I don't like. Clearly, if there were no laws, I would do a whole bunch of things. Where the fuck is the remote? Okay. I'll be right back. I have to find the remote. Oh, there it is. Okay, so clearly, clearly I have submitted, okay? I've been buck broken, clearly, I know. You know, there was this woman who who had um who had a husband who would break her nose every so often, and he was bragging that he's not henpecked, and she came out with a broken nose, and she said, "Oh yeah, yes you are, you big fuck, you big stupid fuck," and then she got her nose broken again. Now, most guys haven't been punched in the face. I've been punched in the face 3 times that I can remember. I don't think there was more, okay? Although I've wondered. But, ultimately, if I really had to bet how many times have you been punched in the face, and you really got to bet your dick and balls, I'd say thrice. Twice not hard, once hard. Oh, and once kind of hard, actually, while boxing with some guy who was my mom's boyfriend. And that's not a bad thing against her. I mean, because when you get a gang stalker boyfriend, you might get a bad one, depending on your handler. And he was into boxing, and we put on the gloves, and he hit me way too hard. I was like, this is scary for real. This is really fucking scary. And my mom was like putting on her shoes once, bending over, and he put his head down to look at her butt right in front of me. I thought, ew. I was like, this is fucking sleazy. She didn't see it. And, we're in the basement boxing, and he's like, he fucking hits me like really hard in the face. I was like, wow. And you might think, I'm like, last night I was talking about Brandon, and he was putting gunpowder in a squash ball. You might think I'm saying, okay, gang stalkers, go get him. But no, he's protected. He's high ranking. You can't get... By the time someone can put gunpowder in a tennis ball, in a ping pong ball, in a fucking balloon, by the time someone can fill a balloon with gunpowder, they're high ranking enough that there's nothing you could do. Other than make jokes, of course. I mean, am I going to get assaulted for what I said today? Probably. I'll probably go for a walk. Someone will hit me on a bike. Someone will ride by me and clip me. Someone will turn suddenly and slam their backpack into me. Make me slam on the brakes. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Gets you pretty mad. Sometimes you can't resist. It's like a JRHNBR. You just can't resist. And, well, I missed Dance Girl today. I felt a little bit bad. I felt like a bad boyfriend. Oh my God. Sonic just went way far ahead. I'd love to change the angle on this. But I'm really happy to be here hanging out. My day doesn't feel right until I do this. And Dance Girl puts a lot of effort into telling me that she loves me. And I see that. It's like if you own a restaurant and you get the nice bags and you do the extra. You do the little bit of extra. That's so little that they're not going to notice it in the way that they make a scene. They're not going to say, okay, I noticed you did extra there. You could have got an A, but you got an A+. You went the extra mile to get the A+. They're not going to say that, but they do notice it. And I do notice that. So you can imagine how I'd feel saying, yeah, it's pretty cool to call someone a rapist, right, Dance Girl? I'll bet you've been raped, right? I bet you've been punched in the face and strangled and had your mom raped and all that. I bet your mom has kicked and screamed, right? And your brother? I bet you're courageous family, right? I bet you're really courageous family. I bet you'd follow me into the woods, right? Good for you. Okay. And meanwhile, she's like, I'm doing my best. I'm feeling like a bad boyfriend over here. I'm like, both realities are true. I do know you're doing your best. And I'd be devastated if you didn't. And I'm really happy that you are doing your best. But obviously, you know, don't do it for me. Don't do your best for me. That would terrify me. But do it for you, obviously. As long as you do that, I'm quite happy. I'm like as happy as I can be, in spite of my depression, which is just my diet. You know, I have my own things going on. And I feel tremendously bad sometimes about what I have to say. And it'll get me assaulted, of course. You know.
But Dad, do it slow, Dad. Do it slow. Make it take 10 years.
You know? But that wasn't at you. You know, I love you, Dance Girl. Now, I hope I really do. And that my face itching every time I say it isn't a sign that I have a nervous tick. And then I'm becoming a poly tick. And every single time, it's just my hair is so itchy on my face. And I just can't stop itching it. No, I don't think so. It was confusing yesterday. But what can you do? I was just angry today. I didn't get my Dance Girl fix. Plus, I got woken up with some pretty rude stuff. With some kind of nasty therapy. It was more like the rapey than therapy. Some Reiki style the rapey. Secret coded messages from a distance. And, well, this is pretty much the closest I can get to having a nice night, is to just talk to the audience here. I feel a bit embarrassed of myself now. Maybe I'll try putting on a better song. You should turn this off. This is so boring. I don't like this anymore. I stopped checking even what the phone calls mean. But, you know, ultimately, the truth is, you know, you haven't been. Have you? I don't think so. I don't think people are that flippant. If you've ever been punched in the face, you wouldn't go around assaulting people. You know what I mean? Well, truthfully, in spite of all this negativity, I'm quite happy. I'm thinking about changing my diet, and I'm 65% sure that you love me. And that's sure enough that I'm saying that I'm all bought in. 65% sure is a passing grade. So, therefore, I'm all bought in. I'm excited. Okay, I'm kind of depressed because I didn't go outside today, because I was basically just sad. I didn't want to go outside. And when I have resentments towards you that are latent, it doesn't mean that I was hiding the fact that I was angry at you. and that I secretly don't love you. It means that I do love you, and there's just a resentment that's latent. And sometimes it comes out, and it might be partially reminded by someone else. You know, the first thing I saw today was someone's name who I love with the color blue talking about their moaning. And well, it got under my skin. And, you know, I don't like admitting that because clearly it's going to make that person who said that to me have a free orgasm at my expense. And clearly my reacting is going to get me assaulted, and what can I do? Well, I think that my reaction to some extent is funny. I hope my accents are good. I think it's relatable. I was comparing it to racism. I said, truthfully, if you're black or any other color, I don't think that you have ever experienced discrimination. I don't think that you have the slightest clue what racism is. And if you claimed to, I would say that you're a psychopath who should be feared. But if you were to just imagine that, supposing you're black, and you're going to use a water fountain, and someone steps in your way and says, this is a whites only water fountain, and you can't use it. And if you walk into me, I'm going to have you charged. Or they say, you have to sit at the back of the bus, and I'm going to physically escort you there. And if you fight back, you're going to be arrested. And I got the law on my side, and the law says so. And it doesn't matter that and no offense to the police here, because I think a TI has more in common with the police than they do with a normal person. Because the police are put in an unfair position. The police are scapegoated on. But they say the police only get less than 50% approval rating overall. You got some stations that are better, you got some police that are better, but overall, they get less than half approval. And I'm going to use it to my advantage, and you're not going to use this water fountain. And if you try, you're going to get touched. Now, forgetting all the law, how would you feel if someone did that? Maybe they did it to your son or your daughter. They get up in your face and they walk in front of you and they say, you can't use this. How would you feel? Would you feel like you had the right to hit them? And your answer would be yes, of course. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm completely off base here. But I would think you would feel that you have the right to hit them, that this water fountain doesn't belong to you. You don't have any right to do this. And then how would I feel when someone walks in my way? I'm walking down the street and someone follows me out of their house and they walk in my way and they say, I'm getting in your way. What you gonna do? You're gonna move or you're gonna bump into me and that's assault. And then I'm gonna call the police on you. Would you feel like you had the right to punch them in the face? Now, personally, I do not advocate doing this. I do not say to do this. As a TI, if you were to do that, you would probably end up in a wheelchair permanently. In fact, you could end up in a wheelchair just for saying that you felt like punching them in the face. But just on a human level, how would you feel? And then throw in the fact that they, I don't know, raped your mom or something. Throw in the fact they did a lot of other stuff. Like, we'll do it anytime we want. We'll break in your house every night. We'll use gas. We'll make you cough. We'll do it slow. We'll take 10 years and we'll do it slow. You wanted the Nembutal? We'll do it slow. That's a funny thing. I asked my dad once, can you get me some? He said, yeah. But, you know, are you sure? Just that matter of fact. Yeah, if you want. Are you ready? Here it is. I'm like, actually, I think I'll just finish my birthday cake strawberry ice cream milkshake. Thank you very much. Turns out Marble Slab is much better than Baskin Robbins, and it's something worth living for. And he's like, and don't squirt the water gun on the floor because that's a safety hazard. And then there are these people wearing burqas, and he goes, and then he gets mad when someone calls him a Jew. I mean, but you know what? If someone were attacking those people with burqas, he would help them. You know, racism is only bad when it's actually racist. And he's not that. And part of this whole removing the method thing, it's like you're forcing people to do it. You know, there's nothing like saying don't push this button to make someone push a button. I mean, who would want to have to live in this world? It's horrible. Are you happy? Or are you just masquerading the fact that you're not? Or are you just distracting yourself with something? I mean, I don't want to be tortured. I don't want to be strangled. I don't want to go through that. Why would I want to go through that? Well, because we make money off you, so you gotta. Okay, you can't just take a pill because we can't get the insurance money. You can't take a pill because we can't get the fucking insurance money. Do you get it? I'm like, okay, cool. But it should be my right to have a pill if I wanted it. And that would make me feel like I could live a lot easier. But I know you need insurance money. I know. I know that my life is your property. But the thing is, by the time you're needing money to have sex, which is what it is, you're not even enjoying the sex anyway. Because it's always humiliating to pay for it. Didn't you know? Where do you think your humiliation comes from? Or do you think you have worth? Or do you think you have valor and esteem? Paying for it doesn't help you. You're embarrassed of yourself for paying for it. So what even does the money matter? I don't get it. What are you gonna buy? I don't care about money, but I do. But only to the extent that I want to have a fucking roof over my head. I want to have a house. I don't like having a tenant. You know, except I do like her, obviously. I would love to have a tenant. I do like having our tenant, okay? Don't get me wrong here. I don't like that she's controlled by someone else. If she was just our tenant, we would be great friends. I would be sharing every dinner I make with her. And we already are great friends. And I do share food. We do share food. She helps me a lot. When there's some gang stalker who... It's so strange because they'll be walking in front of me and I'll be saying hi to them. I'm genuinely saying hi. I know, I can see, I know what's happening. I know we're not enemies. I know that you know that I know that we're not enemies. And I know that you know that I'm actually saying hi to you and that I understand that you're in a predicament, that if you don't do it, someone's gonna gas you. And you walking in front of me is less bad than you getting gassed. And I'm happy to say, go ahead and do it, on the condition that I know that you're a friend. I mean, wouldn't you do that for your friends? Maybe a little different if they say you don't have a choice and fuck you. Maybe you say, well then fuck you. I would rather you get burned in a car fire than make me step one step out of my way. Because you're the 1,000th person to do it today, and it has a cumulative effect. And it's not just one thing, it's something else. But in general, I'm not really upset when people step in my way. But when they dribble a basketball, ooh, then I freak out. Or when they make me put on the brakes too aggressively, when they really drive in front of me real quickly. I wondered even that Volkswagen SUV that drove in front of me on the way home from Walmart. I wondered even if they did that because I had my camera so low that you couldn't see, and had the camera been higher, that they wouldn't have done that. I wondered that. But who knows? They could have just been asserting their power. Like, oh yeah, you thought you got us targeted? You thought you had protection? No, we can assault you, we could break in, we could do anything we want. I'm like, yeah, maybe. My feeling is you can't. My feeling is that you'd also be punished, but you'd be willing to go through it. Just like I'm willing to say some things that make me go through it. But, so Laura helps me because I remember she's my friend. I believe my mom is a gang stalker, and she's my friend, and Helen too. So they, you know, touch their face or they cough when I walk in the room. And I think, well, of course I don't ever question your intent. I always know that your intent is my best interests. So I don't feel bad at all. I don't feel upset at all. I feel like we're working together in a sense. I think Dance Girl's there too. And so I don't have to do dramatizations and talk in Japanese accents and all that. I just didn't know if she gets it. I'm entering my belly. That's where my enlightenment is. Oh yeah, so we were talking earlier about your problems are not actually your problems. And you would actually protect your problems. And whatever's wrong, you think that that's your problem, but it's not. If you didn't have that, you'd have something else. If your husband didn't make you angry, you would be breaking the dishes for some other reason. You'd find any reason. And the reason is that you don't have meditation. Sorry, it's just that simple. Again, it comes down to it. Barbara laughed in group about it. She said, you know what my therapist told me? That I need God. It's actually the answer. You need God. But God is just life. You need life. That's what you need. And I'm not sure I have it. Okay. It's difficult. I lose it a lot. I think I have it, and then I lose it. So I'm trying to go into my belly so that I can have it again. I think I have it right now. You could do a retinal scan. You can check. I think I have it. That's like 20 beers. To get to that place, I'm not even joking. To get to that place I was just at right there, that would take like 20 beers for a normal person. They'd be passed out before they could get that far into themselves. That's how you find God. You go far into yourself. Forget everything. Just use that as the fucking doctrine. Just go far inside yourself. Whatever that means. Figure that out. And that's what God is. And that's the answer. Once you figure that out, well, then you got to play video games and hang out with your girlfriend, Dance Girl. Now, does Dance Girl love me? I think so. I think so. Do I feel really bad that I gave Dance Girl a space sting today after she was such a good girlfriend yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Do I think that Dance Girl will appreciate that? That she'll say, yeah, it's pretty heavy. Those things are pretty heavy. Arbitrarily putting those things on someone to emasculate them, to make them a slave, to use them for financial security is not cool. Do you think she'll say that? I think she will. Might take a chin wiggle or two. But I think she'll say it. Who fucking knows? I don't know. You know, I'm afraid of making her angry, really. But it is so cool. I mean, we've come such a long way. And did you know that the longer you're with someone, the less likely you'll break up? I've been saying this for a long time, that there's this machine that measures your micro movements and it can tell you whether you're going to break up with someone. It has thousands or hundreds of thousands of micro cues that are so tiny that they're imperceivable to the naked eye. But you can perceive them, but you just perceive it through your unconscious feeling about someone. But this machine can tell too. And I always say, I think if Dance Girl and I were to go to that machine, it would say that we get along. That our unconscious or our soul or something deep about us is aligned. That it's not a coincidence she's Mary Poppins and so is my grandma. And that my grandma was, in a sense, my mom. Not that my mom's not a good mom, but that my grandma's older, so she had more authority. You know, your grandma always has more authority. Because they know more. So I basically thought that Dance Girl can't pay the bills as a nanny, and she lives with her parents, and her parents hate me, and therefore she has to hate me too. And that's what happened last month. And she has to hate me if I don't castrate myself to become her slave, which means if I don't give her financial security. So I have to act demeaning and humiliating towards myself and emasculate myself so that she knows that I'll always give her money in exchange for sex and that she's a whore and I'm a pimp. And that's how her parents are. And she's trying to recreate that with me. And if she got paid more for being a nanny, then she wouldn't have to do that. But otherwise, it's her only option, she feels like. Because she doesn't want to be supported by her parents. They'll probably tell her to leave the house at some point. Or if not, she doesn't want to live under their thumb. And, and so I was resentful about that. And I didn't want to say it because I know she'd say, oh, I don't see it that way. And the way I see it is the way it is. And it's my way or the highway, bucko. And I'm like, I have to say it my way too. That's how I see it. I mean, it's natural for couples to have fights, isn't it? And wasn't that a fight? I'm always worried she's going to get mad. It's the only thing I'm scared of. And, you know, I really don't like being terrorized. I mean, I kind of blame TSD when terrorism happens. But I'm also afraid that she just won't love me. But I still say my truth anyway. You know, I think go ahead and say it. Just say it. Let her be mad. Let her dump you. Truly, you gotta say what you gotta say. And I say, but I'm just making it up. Well, not really. You're just saying things that you feel. You're free associating. You're not writing an essay, here's why I'm mad at her. You're just saying whatever you feel like. And as you're saying it, you're going, oh my God, what am I saying? And you go, that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying it's not okay to arbitrarily call someone a sex offender and a terrorist while sex trafficking them and terrorizing them for your sexual pleasure. And to think it's just arbitrary. That's a really big crime. And you need to realize that that's not cool. Even though I'm a super hot Buddha and I'm above it and beyond it, that's only after I've had my ice cream. In the meantime, I'm a sensitive little bitch. And I need my dance girl. And I need my dance girl. Now, could I be angry for things that TSD did and blaming Dance Girl? Yeah, probably. Or could TSD have just set me off? And then I'm like, now I'm going scorched earth on everyone. I'm locking up everyone who's ever laid a finger on me. I'm pushed past the point that I would have forgiven you before, but now I'm not. Well, no, that's not true. Of course, Dance Girl. Well, I was going to say I do forgive you. But I don't think you're sorry. I don't think you've ever said sorry. I think Louise has said sorry, but not you. So maybe I'm still mad at you, Dance Girl. I might be mad at you, which is a big problem because I don't think you would ever say sorry. And but that's okay. I don't have to forgive you. It doesn't change the fact that I love you and I want to be your boyfriend. What matters is that when I'm angry at you, I can yell at you. And which I just did. And I didn't even raise my voice at you. And forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. I can forgive you without you ever saying sorry. And to do that, all I need to do is express my resentments towards you, which is scary. I'm afraid you're going to dump me. And you're like a heroin habit to me at this point. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know, but it's extremely painful for me to think that you're gone. When I have even a day without you, I feel very, very bad. I mean, I was on top of the world last night. I'm going, what happens if it's all a mistake and she doesn't love me and she was sending all those cars to tell me she doesn't love me? I said, well, that's hilarious. She's stalking you to tell you that she hates you. And the more you don't get it, she has to send another 1,000 cars to say, no, I don't love you. I swear I don't love you. I'll tell you another 1,000,000 times. I'll break into your house to tell you I don't love you. You better not think I love you, because I'm listening to everything you say. I'm watching you naked to see if you masturbate. And I'll be wondering what you're thinking, if you're thinking of me. And if I think you're thinking of me, I'll be honking the horn right outside your house to tell you, you better not be thinking of me because I don't love you. I'm like, that's hilarious. You should laugh your ass off if that's the truth. But I don't think it's so funny that I want it to be true, actually. But I don't think it's the truth. I mean, do you think it's... If I'm screwing you over, do you think that's your fault? You shouldn't. Unless it is. Unless it would be. If you were to treat me really bad, and then I were to treat you really bad, which would count as screwing you over, if you felt like you deserved to be screwed over, then you would think it is your fault. And then you'd be super mad at me and blame me for that. I'll be right back. I have to get ice cream or something. That's what I think happened last month. I wouldn't have thought that had you not tortured me so bad. But I really didn't get it. I didn't recognize it was you because I thought you would have trusted me. I thought, if that's you, that means you don't trust me. That means you think I'm trying to get you, trying to fuck you over. And I'm not. You're trying to emasculate me. Well, your dad can afford a nice car. Why can't he afford to buy you a house? I wonder what Shayla's going to talk about. Oh yeah, this ice cream is amazing. I gotta get healthier. But I just can't stop eating ice cream. Maybe you don't even watch these videos. I'm a bore. But I just got an audio hallucination saying you're watching. Do you think I'm a bore? I'm losing subscribers. Maybe that's why I freaked out. I don't think Shayla would disrespect me. Sadia never did. She just didn't love me enough. That's why I freaked out on her. And I told her. She was like, when we first talked on the phone, she goes, "Hi Zach, how are you?" I say, "What?" She says, "I'm just calling to how are you? I'm wondering how to..." I go, I can't hear you. Can I say that again?" She goes, "Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to see if you do." I say, "Okay, I'm not going to get angry. I'm going to show you that I'm a good person. And I know that you're talking intentionally really quietly to see if I'm going to get angry at you. But I'm not going to do that. Can you say it one more time? I can't hear you." She goes, I say, "Okay, you're my girlfriend now. Now I expect you to treat me with special privileges, to have my life on easy street. Because talking to me like that means you're my girlfriend." You want daddy to give you a space sting. I know. We're lovers now. And then years later, she says, "You can't email me anymore. You got to do it through the system." I'm like, "Oh, really?" I freak out on her. She says, I'm scared of you now. Can we talk on the phone? Before we get on the phone, I go, I bet she's going to talk at a audible volume this time. What do you think she did? She talked completely understandably. She said, "Hi, it's me, Sadia, your caseworker. I like to enunciate very clearly. How are you doing today?" I said, "Hi, Sadia. I'm doing wonderful, thank you. I'm glad you can understand." Then when she said, "You got a new caseworker," I said, "Sadia, I'm not happy about this, but I'd like to thank you for being such a great person." She said, "It's not personal. We had already made up by this time." She said, "You're going to love this new one." I said, "That's such the fucking relief I needed." Now I got to talk to this new one tomorrow, who's amazing. I thought, Sadia will put in a good word for me. Sadia will keep an eye on this one. This one is just as good. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Well, what's the worst case scenario that happens with Dance Girl? That she terrorizes me. Breaks my heart. Well, that's how bad is that? Well, they had someone at the Walmart have a dehumidifier in a white Honda Civic, which made me think, was that Dance Girl who had our tenant smoke for like a year in the house? Which was like one of the worst things that's ever happened. I was like, that was part of the reason why I tried to myself. While I was like working through how I'm going to do it, I was like, there's no escape. You know, the whole house is full of smoke every day. There's nowhere I can go. So I'll just try to work it out with a belt. And I'm like, was that Dance Girl doing that? You know, all those years, just endless torture. You know, would I be angry if I found out all the things? I'm like, yeah, you know, what can you say? You know, she started out your enemy trying to kill you. She almost succeeded. She's almost had you killed in car accidents. And your family. You know, get over it. Are you with her or not? You forgive her? Yeah? She's not sorry? You know? Oh, she was sorry with the watches. No, that just means she's racist. Because she did the exact same thing she was sorry for. That just means her relationship failed and she wanted someone secure. Someone predictably present and loving. Someone consistent. Do you hear that? They have someone playing music outside. Hold on. I'm going to turn the light off for a moment. I can't even see where that's coming from. Yeah, so is Dance Girl sorry for anything? No. Does that matter to me? No. Forgiveness is something you give to yourself. Do I believe that Dance Girl is still going to do those things to me? I don't know. I don't think so. You know, this is where a therapist would say, you're trauma bonded, probably. Oh, well, if Dance Girl keeps doing those things to me, do I like that? No. No. Do I want those things? No. If she's intelligent, which I believe she is, does she think that doing those things to me make her and I less close to each other? Yes. Does she want to be close to me? Yes. Does her being sorry or recognizing there's anything wrong with doing those things matter? No. All that it matters is that she knows that those things make her and I not get along as well. And does she prefer when we get along over merely human trafficking me? Yes. So does it matter she's sorry? No. Can she literally be a psychopath? Yes. Does it matter if she's a psychopath? No. Why not? Because I'm a consistently respectful person. So I wouldn't make her angry. And if she values my presence, my attention to her, then she wouldn't make me angry. So whether she's a psychopath or not, it doesn't matter. But do I think she's a psychopath? I don't know, maybe. Maybe she just needs money. My dad said that to me once. I was all fucked up. He said, "Do you need money?" I was like, yes. I never thought of it like that. But yeah, it's exactly that. I need money. That's literally it. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? How did you know to ask that? Dance Girl, I don't have money, okay? I'm not cheap. But I don't have money. I don't even care about it. I just want to have my snacks. Truthfully, I'm gonna have a bit more money once I start eating fruit. It's actually pretty cheap to eat fruit. You spend a lot of money at the grocery store on fucking ice cream and all these comfort foods and eggs and all that. It's a lot of money. It goes by too quickly. I'd rather spend my money on linen clothing I'd rather lose weight. I know a lot of you are thinking I'm already not that heavy. I already don't need to lose weight. Truthfully, I actually pretty much am fat. I know you're not going to see it that way, but I pretty much am. I'm pretty much fat. I don't like my weight at all. I don't like my double chin. I just can't stand it. And now that I got this new shaver, I want to look good now. I really like it. I'm super happy I shaved my face. Now, do I really think Dance Girl's a psychopath? No, I don't. But when I bring up the question, I'm like, why not? That would be a pretty logical conclusion. Oh, she's sorry with the watches. Nope, she's just racist and her relationship failed and now she's looking to rebound. Oh, she gave you her clothes. Nope, you just apologized to her, thereby castrating yourself, making you her slave, which gives her a promise for money. Because if she can make you demean yourself and humiliate yourself, that's another way of saying, and I own your money too. And every husband is henpecked, of course. I'm like, I know in your family, everyone is gay, but I'm not gay. I've actually touched some dicks. I'm going to wage a guess that the men in your family have not. I know that sounds unbelievable, that makes them gay and it makes me straight, but that's the truth. I wanted to jack off really bad today. I just can't do it. I can't even watch porn. There's no escape. There's no escape. It's hard. This life is hard. I could make it easy if I wanted. But it's not fun then. My life is much better. I'd like you to consider how your life has changed in the last month or since we have been together. We've been together for a month and a bit, a month and a half maybe. And has your life changed at all? Like, is it more intense? I think so. I think you've been really angry. Is that possible, that you're just really angry, but you're not a psychopath? Tony Robbins would say yeah. Robert Anton Wilson might say yeah. He might say just see things in other people's perspective. Well, yeah, that's what I try to do. I believe I've done that. Well, Iran got a nuke. That's pretty cool. We've all been terrorized. That's pretty cool. The people who terrorize us, their enemy just got a nuke. So that means that each country can have their own currency, which means each country can be rich. Each country could build its own desalination plant. A 5,000-year war just ended. This is no wonder that Osho came at this time. Osho will be relevant for 500 more years. And after that, everyone will understand what he understands. Iran getting a nuke is the best news of our life. It basically means that the new government of the world is Iran. Now, speaking of Iran, did I run from Dance Girl? Let's just assume she's right, just for hypothesis' sake. She meets me in the fuck shack, and I'm in denial. I'm saying Dance Girl's in denial, that she is demeaning me, degrading me. I say, don't meet me in this certain way. Don't meet me by stalking me. Meet me by saying hi. She meets me by stalking me and not saying hi. It's literally exactly what I say not to do. And I don't say not to do it in a controlling way. I say this is very traumatizing to me, and I don't want you to do this. Please don't do this. And because I expect that she respects my feelings, I therefore don't even recognize that it's her. I think Dance Girl would never do that to me. And I think that because I respect her and I love her, so I wouldn't violate her boundaries and make her feel uncomfortable. So therefore I can't perceive it when she does that to me. And I wouldn't try to use her for money, or sex, so therefore I wouldn't try to destroy her self-esteem. So I can't understand that she would try to emasculate me and take away my manhood, because I would never try to take away her womanhood. Let's just say, for hypothesis, that she's right, and that I was supposed to say hi to her, and really I was just a coward and I ran. And the only reason why she was so torturous to me after that and harassed me so much was to do something as disgusting back to me, so that I would therefore know I'm forgiven. That if I were to merely apologize, that she would say, I've lowered myself to just a beast, just like you. I've given you just as bad of a betrayal as you gave me, so that you can have the courage now to come crawling back and apologize to me, so that I'll finally give you some love. And now that you've come back and apologized, you can forget about me ever meeting you again, because you fucked that up. And that's not going to happen. So you can come crawling all the way back to my house, or fuck off forever. And maybe if you don't do it, I'll kill you. Is that what she's saying? And would she have the right to say that? Well, I would say that I wasn't aware. I didn't even know what she was trying to communicate. She was saying, it was my cousins, you idiot. It was my cousins. I wasn't cucking you. And I'm like, your cousins or your brother who tried to hit me with a bike? Who was it? It was like 2 of them. Why didn't I know? Was it my fault for not knowing? Can you really punish and harass an innocent mistake? Well, you say, well, there's no such thing as an innocent mistake. Don't be sorry. Just don't do it. Just don't make the mistake. I don't care if you're sorry. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. That means sorry means less than nothing. If you say sorry, it makes me want to hurt you more. You should be focused on how you don't make that mistake again. I don't care about your sorry. I care that you don't make that mistake. Now, if Dance Girl would have been nice to me, not harass me, and just dump me. She doesn't even show up. She doesn't even give me any sign. She's like, you fucked up. I'm gone out of your life. But then why would she still be masturbating to me after she's discarded me? Isn't that a clue? Isn't that like a serious clue? That she didn't feel she had the right to do it the way that she did it? If she really was saying, you're fucked. You're completely fucked. You hurt me. You stood me up. You humiliated me. You made me fucking trust you, and then you fucking ditched me. You fucking asshole. You piece of shit fuck. Therefore, forget you. I'm not masturbating to you. I'm not watching you. I'm not even remembering you. Even the memory of you is ruined. If she would have said that, I would have said, okay, I believe you. I fucked up. I'm really sorry. Let me knock on your door. If I can just know where you live. But she's like, fuck you. I want you to kill yourself. Plus, I'm going to watch you watch you masturbate while I masturbate. She goes that route. I'm like, I don't think Osho would approve. Osho explicitly says that he's absolutely against harassment. And you might say, well, it's not harassment. It's just punishing you for being such a fucking prick. Well, then why would you still masturbate to me too? So this kind of scares me sometimes. I'm like, you know, it's exciting hanging out with a psychopath. In case you've never done it, it's exciting. You know, it's a lot of fun. But it can be painful, you know? It can be, most of the people who I consider psychopaths, I don't talk to anymore. And, you know, that would be like, I don't even want to say, because I think it would be bad for them if they heard. So I don't know what to do. Like, I'm happy with Dance Girl now. I mean, getting I love yous, as far as I know, she loves me, and I don't feel lonely, except for when I'm scared to go out. But if I feel lonely, it's not because of Dance Girl, it's because of TSD. Okay, we can't listen to that song. I feel lonely when I don't go outside and get my I love you that day. I feel like this is unfair to Dance Girl. I feel like I owe it to her to receive her love as much as to give her love. I mean, this is the best part of my day. Making a video is the best part of my day. And this is consistently every single day. I love you, Dance Girl. I love you. I can't believe how great my life is. I know. I have my moments. But I have my moments too. And I would be devastated if you were gone. I couldn't imagine my life without you. And I don't know how to get a date with you. I don't even know if I'm ready. I might be still pretty wounded from last month. But overall, our date was pretty great. I got to see you. Technically, I'm going to say you did wave to me, even though you pretended it was to little Fatso. Little, you know, Shirley Temple. Little Shirley Temple Fatso. I think you were waving to me, and it was really nice. And then we even had sex. And that was the first time I've ever had sex in my life. Everything else was just masturbating into a pig. I had practiced it. But it was very special. And I still cherish your clothes. I can still very easily, if I wanted to, get super turned on. But I save that energy again for you. Even though it's very difficult. Because obviously, the longer I go without jacking off, the more insane I become. Which is difficult. But your love makes it okay. And Sonic. There was no good... Oh, actually, the sale only goes till 9 hours since the last time I checked on the Xbox store. And so now there's going to be a whole bunch of new games. And so I just set my filters to 95% off. And, you know, I think you're intelligent. So I think I can explain these things. And therefore, you say, yeah, expecting you to go on that date with me was misguided. And well, what now then? Well, I don't know. You know, I'm happy with where we are. I'd like to ask you on another date. Our first date was pretty good. It led to sex, basically. We had a fight, and then we made up with sex in our long-distance relationship. I mean, that's pretty great. Did you expect it would go like that? You may have. You may have orchestrated a trauma bond. I would hope not, but it's possible. But whatever happened, what happened was entertaining. And fucking scary, painful, obviously. I mean, I'm a bit afraid. What should I do now? Do I ask you on another date? What will you do then? I mean, I don't know what to say. All I can do is not jack off. And obviously, I'm only on, what, day 5 or something? You know, we have until July 2nd. You know, once it's June 20th, June 25th, I'm gonna be all over the place. Like, when should we make our date? On July 2nd? I think so. If I ask you on one. Which of course I want to. But what would I ask you? To meet me on the sidewalk? And what kind of things can we expect? I guess we can't expect much. I mean, what if we have it happen the same way? And again, you do it the exact same way. But this time, what happens then? Do I do the same thing? And then I don't apologize? And then I don't win you back? Or do you do it a different way? Or do you do it the same way, but I act differently? That you come with all your bodyguards at a time where I don't expect it and where I don't want it. But then I see you and I say, this is the only option. I'll do it. And I go over and I talk to you. Well, why wouldn't I want you to do it that way anyways? Why wouldn't I want to talk to you when you're surprising me with supposedly your brother who rode a bike at me and then wouldn't go in the forest alone with me after that, and your cousin who is quite nice. Well, I don't know. I mean, I had never thought you would have to do it at your own time. I always thought, as the guy, I would ask you out. As the guy, you chase the girl. The girl says, I like you. Now chase me. And you say, okay, I'll go on a date with you on this day. Meet me on this day. Why would I think you wouldn't do that? Why would you say, well, we got to do it on this day instead? Unless you fear me or something. That if you do it on the day I say, I could be setting you up. But if you fear me, why would you love me? Why would you sleep with me? If you don't trust me, why would you spend the night in my bed? Is that what you're saying? Like, I can't meet you when you say because you might use it against me legally? I don't know what the implication is. And if you don't trust me, then I don't trust you. Obviously, trust goes both ways. You can't trust someone who doesn't trust you. So what would the implication of that be? I mean, how would I not be disturbed by that? So I don't know what to do. I'm like, well, let's just be boyfriend and girlfriend and see how long it lasts. I mean, I would do that. I'm liking it so far. I'm like, I don't care if we have another date. The first one was really good. I've been wanting confirmation from you that you're my pig for a long time. And you finally gave it to me. I was like, I knew it. I knew she's my pig. And now, I'm like, I'm pretty happy over here. And every day I want another I love you, and I get it. I get it every day. And so I'm always happy. Every day I'm like, I'm happy. So I don't need another date. At first I was thinking, if we don't get another date within the month, then I guess we're broken up. I guess it means you don't love me. And I was like, well, she's not saying that. Why are you saying that? And then when I thought about it, I thought, yeah, that's true. I'm already happy. But of course, obviously, you're going to want another date. Obviously. Why wouldn't you? But how to fucking do it? I don't know. I really don't know. I was thinking of asking you if you would do it as a favor for me. I was like, even if you think that that's not how it's supposed to work, even if you're just like hypothetically right, that, well, I don't know if you could ever do that. I don't know if it works like that. I truthfully don't know if you could give someone more than they deserve. That maybe you can't do it. Maybe I can't do it either. And maybe we're at a stuck point. But I felt like asking you if I'm just simply a coward. Let's just suppose you're right. That I was supposed to talk to you and I just didn't because I'm just too afraid. I was going to ask you then, I felt like asking you this. I felt like I might regret it if I ask it. But what I wanted to ask you was if I'm just a coward and I'm just too afraid to talk to you, even though I'm supposed to, and I was supposed to talk to you in the fuck shack, well, would you do it as a favor then for me to meet me? And I know that's ridiculous. I know that's ridiculous. Okay. But I was like, would you do it as a favor? That I'm actually too scared to do it any other way. I'm too scared to put myself on the line for you. And would you meet me halfway, even though I don't deserve it? Would you do it as a favor for me? That I'm really scared and I'm really traumatized. And you deserve better than that. But I can't give you better than that. And would you do that for me as a favor, as something that I don't deserve? Would you do something extra for me that I don't even deserve, just as a favor, just because I'm asking you to? And could I even ask you that? Or would I be like, even though I don't deserve it, could you treat me like a human being, like I matter and like I'm worth it, and meet me halfway? What if I don't have that snide kind of attitude and I say, really, I should be knocking at your door. I should have talked to you, but I'm actually really that afraid, and I'm really that much of a coward, and I'm really sorry, and I'm really afraid it's really going to break us up, that it's going to fizzle out. And maybe you have the wisdom to know that if I'm too afraid to do that, then I'm not your man. And you're right. Marina was right to break up with me. It would have been hell being with her. She was right for the both of us. And I am a pushover, beta, sissy, bottom cuck. And, you need a real man. And I'm just going to be some guy in the closet watching and jacking off. And you can sense it. And you're realizing it. And you're realizing that I'm not for you. That you need someone strong. You need someone courageous. Not a pushover like me. And therefore, if I say, well, you do it as a favor for me, you'd say, I would if I could, but it'll give you the wrong idea. It'll be like giving you charity. It'll be like feeding the homeless. I'll feed you for a day. I'll feed you for a month. You'll go out and have a kid. You'll make more homeless people. You can't even support yourself. And you want me to support you. Well, I can't do that. I can't support you. I can only support myself. I can't meet your needs for you. I can only meet my own needs. You're responsible for your own needs. So me doing a favor, me doing you anything more than you deserve, I can't do that, because that'll set precedent. Then you'll want it more. It's just like if someone asks me money. I'll say, I'll give you, if I have a couple dollars, I'll give it to you. But if you ask me again, I'm going to say no the next time. Because I don't want to be setting a precedent. If it's something like that. Now, what would it be? Would it be like that? That I'm saying, that's exactly right. I am asking you for money. I am asking you for something I don't deserve. But only this time. Because this is special circumstance. And it won't happen again. And if it does happen again, I expect already that you'll say no. I already know that you'll say no the next time. And so I won't even ask. But this time, would you take it as a favor to me that I'm really traumatized, I'm really fucked up, and I'd like you to meet me halfway. I'd like you to just walk by me. Or, tell me when to come over to your house for dinner. Invite me like I'm the woman. And you're the man. Or is that too defeminizing? That just because you're the woman, you can take initiative too. And it doesn't humiliate you. It shouldn't be a rule, but maybe it's just a once in a while. I don't know. But it would make it a lot easier for me. And then what if I added in, and if you don't, as long as you keep telling me you love me, I'll keep staying with you. What if I said I'll keep staying with you for as long as you keep loving me, even if we never meet? What if I said that? And then, of course, the normal rules apply, that if the relationship ever stops working for me, I'll leave. But what if, so far, I have no reason to think it wouldn't? So far, I really like being in a relationship, even though it's a long-distance relationship. And if you feel like this month you don't want to have a date, well, I won't threaten you to leave. I'll just say, that's cool. As long as you still be my girlfriend, I'll still be your boyfriend. And if you don't want to meet, then that's cool. Because you only want to meet on your terms, and I only want to meet on my terms. But if neither one of us are willing to budge, well, I'm not threatening to break up with you over that because I still enjoy our relationship. I mean, I enjoy getting I love yous. I feel not lonely, and I feel like I'm fulfilled. Even if I don't get a refill of clothes, I was like, I can wash your clothes and then get a refill. You know, I'm like, those are nice clothes. You're losing money. I'm like, well, have you ever thought about the fact that she's going to get them later when she comes over? Or the fact that you can wash them and you'll get more pheromones at another point? Or you'll get her? Now, Osho brought up a really good point. He said if you play a game of body, you have to be starving for it. You have to suffer for it. We're playing a game of suffering. And bliss is uncaused. There's no thirst for bliss. Or something like that. Bliss is natural. It's intrinsic. It's like the everlasting gobstopper. But sex is suffering. The body is suffering. I mean, if you just sit around having sex all day, it's not fun. Then it just turns into masturbation. And then it's not fun. And so you have to be really starving for it. And that's what we're doing. We're building up appetite. I mean, wouldn't you say it would be more exciting for you and I to have sex than a normal couple? Because we've built it up so much? Wouldn't there be more chemistry, more friction? There are like thousands of I love yous and I hate yous that have went into this. We have an eclectic relationship. We have a lot of depth over here. And for all of that to come to a peak, could you imagine if all our love comes to a peak all of a sudden, how high that would go? It would go as high as our roots are. Like we went far down into hell, and now we'd go equally high into heaven. We've earned a lot of bliss through our bodies. We've maxed out our bodies so that if and when we agree, like in that song, you couldn't be more different than me, so each time that we agree, I feel fulfilled. Every time that we make up, we're going straight to heaven. We go way higher. We're deep rollers, like Clarice Starling. Our parents might be deep rollers. I don't know. But when a deep roller sleeps with another deep roller, then their baby is a super deep roller. And that's dangerous. I think we're like super deep rollers. We roll in the deep. We're super deep rollers. And so we have super high to go too. And we got to take things slow. We got to be careful because these are very high heights. We're at very high heights and there's a long way to fall. And that's why I called to the Supreme Court of Gang Stalkers to treat it very seriously if TSD interferes with our relationship. Because we are in fact deep rollers. And it should be taken as a very bad thing when he does that. If that's him doing that, it should be that people see that as a very perverted and immoral thing. And if people are able to prevent him from doing anything, that should be one of the things that people prevent him from doing. And he's not clean. He is a dirty old man. He doesn't look like Johnny Depp. For me, I'm not a dirty old man because I look like Johnny Depp. He, on the other hand, he is a dirty old man. And it's not the same. I will never be a dirty old man. Osho will never be Indian. Joanne will never be old. But TSD is a dirty old man, and he shouldn't be allowed to do that. Now, speaking of Indians, what kind of race should we adopt? I think Indians are the best. Okay, I know I just said Osho's Indian without being Indian. I'm not racist against Indians, but Osho is. He talks a whole bunch of shit against Indians. You know what he says about them? He says they're the most racist people there are. He says, never let an Indian into your house because they'll rape your girlfriend and your daughter. And they're not interested in spirituality. They're just interested in raping your daughter and your girlfriend. And they're just faking it. And the reason they're faking it is because all the enlightened people come from India. So in India, they just say, well, everyone else is already enlightened, so it doesn't matter if I am. And they have this Zen stink where they think they're enlightened just because they come from the land of the enlightened people. But really, they're just racist supremacists who think that because they're Indian, they're enlightened. So just remember, never go near an Indian person because they're all racist. That's what Osho says. Don't let the Indians into the commune. But then he says, if you're really wild, you'll get here. Even if you're an Indian, you'll get here. And so I don't mean to be racist against Indians, okay? This is just what Osho says, and he's Jesus to me. Personally, I've never not liked an Indian. I think everyone's whitewashed now. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, TSD is a dirty old man, and he shouldn't be allowed to interfere with a teenage girl's relationship. Ew, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That's totally fucked. You're messing with a teenage girl with her fucking relationship, and you're like 30? You're like 40 years old. How many people has she even been with? You know, and you're fucking with her love life? I'm her daddy. Okay, I'm the one who controls her and controls her mind. Okay? But seriously, I mean, whatever. Okay, whatever. But we're deep rollers. Dance Girl and I are deep rollers. And it's not all right to prevent me from seeing her. I didn't go outside today because I got sent rape threats about my fucking mom for the millionth time, and I fucking snapped, and I didn't want to go out and see literally everything that Dance Girl sends me. TSD sends me something else that looks just like from her to fucking skew it and to encrypt it with his sick, perverted, psychopathic shit. I didn't want to have to decipher through codes of some fucking psycho. I didn't want to have to decipher the codes of some sick fuck. It's too much. And now I'm like, well, what about Dance Girl? All I can do is tell Dance Girl I love her. Clearly, she's going to be lonely to not tell me she loves me. Clearly, she needs to tell me how much she loves me. And I know that that's true because when I don't get to tell her, I feel like I'm missing out. And now Dance Girl's suffering because she can't tell me she loves me today. And I'm suffering because Dance Girl's suffering. And that makes me angry. Because I'm insane, I have to take that out on Dance Girl because she's my girlfriend. Okay, you're making me beat up my girlfriend. And I don't like it. I might have to ask my mom for some money to go get a comfort meal. Okay, you're making me look like a damn baby. Like a big baby, like a big crybaby baby. Begging Dance Girl to have a date with me. After I beat her up. Okay, I didn't want to have to go through it today. It was too much. And again, I'm already not looking forward to cutting the grass. I mean, I gotta cut the grass. My mom's gonna be home on the 14th. She probably thinks I already cut it last week. I'm gonna be like just cutting it the first time now. This is like really bad. You know, and then we get a phone call today. I'm like, who's that from? I don't even check it. It's like, you know, everyone has a snapping point, I guess. Today I just snapped. Whatever. I think Dance Girl should understand what that's like. I'd like to lose weight. I'd like to get healthier. After my last date, every day is a date with Dance Girl. And I was like, I'm going to lift 700 pounds. I literally, non-ironically, said that. I said, now I'm going to do weightlifting. I'm going to lift 700 pounds. And I'm like listening to music. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. They all believe me. And I believe me too. Afterwards, I'm like, you're fucking crazy. You're high. You're stoned on this. You're stoned on Dance Girl. I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm going to lift 700 pounds. You're like, you're going to lift 700 pounds to impress your girlfriend. I'm like, yep. I'm like, that's fucking gay. That's so gay. I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to atone all the animals I ate too at the same time. It's more than just what you think. You know? At first I wanted to be big. For some reason I wanted to be big. I don't know why. I was really embarrassed about being skinny. I guess I've been beat up by bigger guys than me. And I've been, you know, just punched in the face by a scary guy. Who I always felt like the people who, you know, with the exception of some of them who would get physical with me, I always felt like, you know, I'm scared of what you'll do. I'm scared that I don't know your limits. You know, everyone thinks they're tough until their friend with an unlicensed gun shows up in their house without knocking. And, you know, you never know. When someone fucks with you, you never know what kind of person they are. It's not so simple. Like, oh, I could take you in a fight. Some people are really psycho, and you really don't know that until you meet them. But once you do, once you meet people who are psycho, who you don't know they're psycho, they're incognito, and then you say the wrong thing and they turn into werewolves, then you start to see people way differently. You know, you see someone who looks like a normal person, and you're like, you could be a gang member. You could be someone who, if I mouth you off, you'll come back and kill me. And you never know that that's a real thing until you learn that that's a real thing. And so, I fucking hold my tongue. There's a lot of times where I'm like, you know, you should fucking punch this person. This person deserves to be beaten. And no gang member worth their name, if gangs have anything to do with anything that's worthwhile. If that's what a gang member is, someone who just goes around starting fights with people who don't deserve it, then gangs are stupid. You know? I'm like, then gangs are just terrorists, and fuck them. But there are gangs. But I think they're like not what you think. They're like the secret gangs. They're like the secret. They're the people who will poison you. They're not the people who will come back and burn your house down and leave a card and say it's us. It's the bad, super bad guy gang, and that's our name. Remember, it's the super bad guy gang. That's our name. We have it trademarked. It's this. We live over here. This is our gang house with the super bad guy gang. It's not those type. It's the type who they'll just, hire someone to hit you in the head with a brick, and you'll never even know it's from them. It's like this. It's the CIA. Really, those are the bad gangs. The fucking bad gang is the fucking CIA. That's what I think. That's my opinion. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know how they got so bad, but they're real bad. I'm glad they lost the war. They steal from everyone. They just print $15 trillion a year, and it makes the whole world poor. And the reason why groceries are expensive is because the CIA prints $15 trillion a year at our expense, and they only give it to their goons. All the money they print, it goes to them, and it displaces the value of money for the rest of us. And they control the money for the entire world. Every single country, all 87 countries, 187 countries, all use the money of the CIA. And if anyone tries to make their own currency, they'll do a Holocaust. They'll gaslight them with a Holocaust. Like they'll have like the Lebanese government bomb Lebanon. They'll say, oh yeah, you think you can make your own currency? We'll make you kill your own people. We'll show you how much control we have over you. We'll make you execute your own citizens just to make the whole world hate you. We'll rile you up, and we'll have you blame the wrong person. And now the CIA, hopefully, I don't know, but I think doesn't have the world reserve currency anymore. Now now literally every country has their own currency. Now every country is rich. Well, it just hasn't caught up yet. But that happened already. Now that Iran has a nuke, that's happened. And Iran having a nuke, that just means Iran is the most strategically placed country in the world. Iran is the richest country in the world based on its location. Iran is the superpower of the world. And Iran is not looking to dominate the world. So that means the new daddy in town lets everyone be their own daddy. So that means Canada is going to become Canada. Right now, Canada is just Israel. Canada is just United States. Right now, every country in the world is just United States. There's only one country in the world, and that's United States. Now, the one world government is gang stalking, but now countries exist. Now there's such a thing as Canada, there's such a thing as Brazil, there's such a thing as India. Now each country has its own currency. Now each country can be rich because it's not being deflated by the terrorism of the CIA. This is the best news of our lives. This is going to make us very rich. This is going to allow us to be scientific. Now, who cares? What you really care about is, well, how are you doing with Dance Girl? Yeah, pretty good. I wonder if she loves me sometimes. I wonder if she's just trauma bonding me. I wonder if she cares about me. I do think she cares about me. She's always telling me she loves me, and I trust her. And I miss her. I'd like to see her, but I got to see her last month. And I'd like to ask her on another date, but it was very painful. And I'm afraid of what's going to happen. I'm afraid she's going to hurt me. And I think she might be afraid I'm going to hurt her as well. And so I don't know what to do. I mean, making these videos is the closest I can come. Which is great. I mean, it feels like I'm talking on the phone or something. Ultimately, TSD is very disturbing. He creates a lot of problems. Again, I don't even know how people like him exist. I can't imagine how such an abomination can exist. Like, it blows my mind that that's a real thing. But I suppose, you know, I've seen the fucking IDF soldiers, and they're all like, yeah, we like to bury people alive, and it's fun, and we love it. It's our favorite thing. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. That's a real thing. Whatever. I need a cookie. The other thing is I've been eating so much butter. No, it's kind of like jacking off too. Maybe it wasn't TSD, maybe it was Dance Girl saying fuck you. But I don't think so. Again, I'm sticking with the plan. Play it how you think it is. Don't just like say, well, maybe it's not. And what do? I don't know. Yes, no. She loved me, not. You're 65% sure she loves you. So that means to be a man, you have to disregard the 35% and act right no matter how you feel. I'm like, well, what does that mean? I don't know. Last month I knew, but this month I don't know. Last month I was strong. This month I'm weak. Last month I was confident. This month I'm not confident. Last month I felt like a man. This month I feel kind of emasculated a little bit. I feel like my manhood has been taken away. I feel like a bitch faggot. I don't feel as hot this month. I felt really hot last month. This month I don't. Last month I wanted to order new clothes to look good. This month I say it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. You want to look good for dance? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You want to get a haircut? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You want to look good for her? It doesn't matter. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. That's how I kind of feel. You want to get new clothes? Well, she doesn't really care. She doesn't think you look good. She doesn't think you look hot. Well, clearly she does. Yeah, okay. Well, point taken. Well, yeah, I know, but I don't feel like it. Yeah, logically I agree, but I don't feel like it. I mean, I lost my confidence. I'm not so confident anymore. And so I'm like, if you feel responsible for destroying my confidence, will you help me? And as a favor, make it easier for me? Or as a responsibility, make it easier for me? And just let me tell you my needs, which are I don't know, it's so weird. Which are confirm to me when to meet you. Tell me when to meet you. Tell me ahead of time when to meet you. And if you can't do that, I understand. But then meet me up close so that I know it's you. Meet me without hiding your face. Meet me up close while looking at me. Don't stalk me. It's the same as last month, but it's like the same thing. Or don't. I don't care. The only thing I care about is that you love me. And if you meet me with bodyguards, do they look like people who have physically assaulted me? Could you understand that would be traumatizing to me? I mean, can I bring a gun, wearing goggles to meet you? And leave a pellet in your bathroom? And then we meet on our date and I'm wearing goggles and I'm holding a gun? Can I go by your house and hammer on the horn every day, 10 times a day? with a noose, and I just hang a noose, and I say they all think it's a suicide. They'll think you just threw a hairdryer into the bath, but you'll have drowned. Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to myself on the phone. Can I do that every day? And then on our date, I show up with a hairdryer? Like, could you understand that would be fucking traumatizing to me? That'd be like deeply scarring and traumatizing? No offense to red hair. He's not traumatized me. But you had 2 of those. You had 2 red hairs. So one of them had to have not been red hair. Wouldn't that be really traumatizing to me? I think it would. I think people would understand that would. But, you know, I don't know what to say. As long as you love me, I'm here. And today I'm obviously in a bad mood because I didn't get to go outside today because TSD ruined that. I don't like telling you that because I don't want to make him happy, but whatever. I don't care if he's happy. His success or failure doesn't bother me. I'm not concerned. Whether he's successful or happy or not, I'm not concerned. I'm telling you that today he really upset me, and that's why I wasn't able to go outside. And it wasn't anything to do with you, Dance Girl. You're a good girlfriend. Okay, you're the best. You're a really good girlfriend. I hope you know that. I'd be much happier right now if I had gotten some kind of sign from you today. And I know there's really nothing you could give me. And I'm sorry about that. Probably, I've been eating too much butter. I got my second brick of butter. I was like, don't do this. I was like, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm getting another brick of butter. Too much butter. Okay, it's not good for my mood. Yeah, a little butter is good, but eating only butter, it's too much. So my video today is lackluster. If you noticed, last night my video was much more entertaining. I was on a roll. All my intelligence was unlocked. I had access to all my intelligence, which obviously if you're in love, all your repressed intelligence becomes unrepressed. And I had the gift of the gab, and I could talk, and I was entertaining. I could talk about all the funny things and all the great things. And today I'm just like the Tin Man without oil. I'm just a bore, and I'm just a snore. I'm just poor, and I'm just sore. Everything I say is just a chore. And I feel like that all the way to my core. It's like you could see the roots of my broken soul through my pores. And there's just a lot of pain that I store. And I still want more. And I do want to explore knocking on your door. And I know that we have a lot of lore. And TSD is sending me these fucking gruesome pictures of gore. And I feel like my heart is tore. I have like this chasm, this ocean to swim to reach the other shore. And well, to do it, I have to be some kind of hero. Like, what was his name? Zor? Some guy. Not Thor. The guy who wore a mask. I liked that movie when I was a kid. I think Anthony Hopkins was in it. Anyway, I think the video's over. I don't know what else to talk about. So, I'm gonna feel so bad once I turn the camera off. I feel so lonely. Maybe I should go out just to get an I love you. I don't know, I don't even feel like it. That would be fun. Then I'd have to make a whole nother video when I get home. That'd be really painful if I didn't get one. But I'm already happier just thinking about it, really. You know what? I think it was a mistake to not go outside today and take that chance to get more confirmation, to go from 65 to 70%. Maybe I need to get up to 100% again, and each day I go up by 5. I think that's probably true. Once I get to 100, then I'll know what to do. My dad says when I don't know what I'm doing research on what to do. So that kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, so I'll get up to 100 and then I'll see. And then I'll maybe ask you on another date. See what you say. I mean, I can just say to you, if you want to go on another date, once we get up to 100%, I'll say, if you want to go on another, and this might be difficult. It's so hard with TSD here. He really shouldn't be allowed to do this. But I was going to say, if you want to go on another date, then that day, tell me you love me. I'll say, okay, so today I'm asking you on a date. If your answer is yes, tell me you love me. And you have a million ways of doing that. If you say no, then today don't tell me you love me. And from there, we can communicate in yes or no. And then therefore, I can say, would you like to go on a date on this day? Would you like to meet here? Or would you like to just meet on this day? You could say yes or no. I could say, would you like to surprise me when it is? When and where? And you could say yes or no. And then that can give me the heads up that if you say the only thing I can do is meet you in the shack with bodyguards, I'm actually the coward. And I actually can't meet you in any other way. And would you do me that favor? To which I would say, yeah. Yeah, if you give me warning that that's how it has to be, then I could do that. That would be the same as you inviting me to dinner. I'd say, yeah, okay. But I'd have to know, I'd have to prepare for that because it's traumatizing to me. It's extremely traumatizing to me. It'd be like if I were to say, can I meet you with a gun pointed at you? And I flick the safety off. Not really, but it's something like, it's something fucked up. It's something like, I'd have to be like, okay. That's a safe word type of thing. That's like a safe word type of thing. This knowing that there's a safe word needs to happen in advance. That's the type of thing I want consent. I want to consent to that. You're like, I need to meet you in a way that scares you and that traumatizes you. Do you consent to that? That's what I need. I need to say yes, because I can plan for that and prepare for that. Then I could say yes. But maybe you'll say, we don't need to do it that way. Maybe you'll say we can meet at a time that you know. Maybe you won't say I'll say, can we meet on such and such date? You'll say no. I'll say, can we meet at a time of your choosing and I don't get to choose when it is? And you'll say yes. And I'll say, can we meet without bodyguards? And you'll say no. And I'll say, so can we only meet the same way we met last month? And it's just going to be random. And it's going to be like, you're sitting across the street on a bus and I have to go across the street and get on the bus to talk to you. And you're going to be like, yes, you're going to have to see me and you're going to have to do something very obvious where it looks like I'm not there to meet you and I'm just there happenstantially. And I go, oh, who are you? Oh, hello. Do I know you? And that's the only way I can meet you. Maybe that's the only thing you'll say. And I hope that's not the case. And I don't even know if I could say yes if that's the case. But I at least can ask you we have a clear enough communication at this point that I can ask you, can we meet, can we meet at this time? You can at least give me yes or no answers so then I know how to do it, how to set it up. Or, set it up might be bad language, but how to prepare. Ultimately, what I believe I deserve, what I feel like I deserve, is to have a time. I don't think you're afraid of legal problems. I think you're merely just afraid of being rejected. And I'm also afraid of that. But making someone beg you isn't going to ever prevent them from rejecting you. Like making someone demean themselves, again, forgive me, I know that you probably don't see it that way. I know you're like, fuck that, fuck you. Maybe you do see it my way. So my plan so far is I'll get up to 70% tomorrow, or the next day I go out. What is 35 divided by 5? Is that 7? So I'll go out for 7 more days. And after 7 days, if I get an I love you from you each of those days, then I'll be up to 100% loving you. 100% sure that you love me. Then I'll be back to where I was last month. Then I'll ask you on another date. And I'll let you tell me yes or no. And if you say no, then I'll say, okay, well, what about a different kind of date? If that doesn't work, then I'll say a different kind of date. I'll say, can we meet at the bench in the cemetery at such and such time? And if you say no, then I'll say, can we meet at blah, blah, blah until we come to an agreement? And then we can have our date on July 2nd. And if we get to know each other, I will predict that eventually your period will be on July 16th. If we do this for long enough, I can bet that you'll start ovulating by our date day. If we do it for long enough. I don't know if that's true, but I kind of bet. I kind of wonder. And fucking, Well, anyways. Oh shit, I just hit a magnet. So yeah, this is good. It's good we've had this conversation. This was kind of a messy day. But we have a new plan. Our next date is on July 2nd. If all things go right. Now, of course they won't. Of course everything goes wrong. But we at least have a plan that we're trying for. We're shooting for the stars and we're expecting good enough. And, that's all we can do. So that's scary for me. That means I got to go out as many times as I can. It's already June 10th? So 7 more days. That's June 17th. I'll probably go out every day then. By June 20th, I should have 100% confirmation that you love me. And then I'll be back to full confidence like last month. Then I'll switch to raw vegan diet. I might even switch sooner. I'll keep not jacking. And then as of June 20th there might be a couple days I stay inside. Then I'll start asking you, give me a sign if this works for you, if this works for you. And that way we can have a mutually respectful date where it meets both of our needs for safety and for making the other person feel comfortable. So do you think that's a good plan? I think so. And that gives us as long as possible to make our next date. And if I go raw vegan, I mean, it'll be really, really good smelling dick. Like really fucking good. Not that we'd have sex, but just knowing, even if we don't have sex, knowing that my dick smells like fucking strawberries is something worth knowing. Just imagine a guy who locks you in a cage with a strawberry dick. Strawberry cheesecake, ice cream, where you can smell the sweetness on it. It's something that you couldn't imagine. When I go pee, the whole bathroom smells like a strawberry patch. It's unbelievable. I know. You don't care. But, I only think you don't care because I lost my confidence because I'm not at 100%. Once I get to 100%, I'm going to be like, oh yeah, you care. But right now, I'm just like, yeah, I don't even feel confident right now. I got strawberry dick. Well, not yet. I haven't been eating strawberries, have I? Whatever. And then what's going to go wrong? Supposing you and I have all our communication in order and all our love, well then TSD is going to be ruining it. And who knows what kind of damage he can do. I don't think he's doing anything other than watching us. I'd be curious to know how your parents feel about him. As much as I hate your parents, I don't really hate them. I don't have visceral hatred towards them. When I think of your parents, I make fun of them, and it's funny, but I don't actually feel hatred towards them. I think TSD is the first person I've ever hated. It's not in my nature to hate people at all. I just keep loving people. I had to remind myself, TSD is not someone you love. He's someone you fear. And don't get it twisted. Don't just be like, oh, he just has good intent, and don't think like that. Don't think for a second that he wouldn't stick you with a knife if he could. Don't think for a second he wouldn't put you in CCOT prison and he would kill you if he could. He would mutilate you and kill you if he could. You'd be mutilated in a dumpster if he had his way. He'd probably rape you. He'd probably literally rape you. Or you'd have someone else do it while he watches. So don't project that this guy is better than he is. And, you know, unfortunately, he's obsessed with us. And could that ruin our relationship? I don't know. I don't think so. But it can make it difficult. That's why we have extra days. But I'll do my best. You know, I'll probably cut the grass tomorrow. I'm scared. You know, I'm scared you don't love me too, Dance Girl. I don't know how you could possibly be scared I don't love you. I literally have no idea how you could be scared I don't love you. I'm like, it's so obviously clear that I love you. Like, it's so completely, abundantly, completely clear that I love you. I don't know how you could think I don't. But, you know, maybe you think the same way, because I worry that you don't love me. And you're like, do you not see that I send you like 1,000 signs a day? And I'm like, yeah, but if you loved me, you'd be here with me. And you're like, if you loved me, you'd be here with me. So, you know, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. I understand. So, but at least we're where we are. At least we got this far. And so we can go further too. I mean, that's the best news about getting your clothes and getting your June 2nd stunt. It at least shows you're capable of meeting when you want. It at least shows you're capable of not being afraid of legal intervention. And therefore shows that what you're really afraid of is being rejected, which is what I'm also afraid of. Because we're deep rollers. And we both realize that about ourselves. Well, this is exciting. I'm glad we came to terms with where we're at. You know, we need these couples therapies sometimes. It gets kind of tedious to get to the point, but eventually we get there. So tomorrow I'm going to get a phone call with a rape threat. I'm going to open up my iPad. There's going to be rape and eating shit. And, you know, it's, hey, it's me, TSD, going to rape your mom. Gonna kill you and put you in a wheelchair, and Dance Girl hates you too, and she's my best friend, and we're in love. Me and Dance Girl, we want to kill you together. We think it's really funny. We're gonna smoke you in your house. We're gonna put smoke in your house and fuck you up, and it's all fun and games. Okay, I'm gonna override that. I'm gonna go. That's just from TSD. That's not from Dance Girl. And I'm going to go outside and cut the grass if I have to. I think I might. And then I will fucking, you know, if I don't see a sign from you, maybe you're like, well, if you don't leave your house, I don't know. Like, I think I'd see a sign from you when I cut the grass. But if I don't, I'll probably go for a walk. And where I'll go for a bike ride or a walk. It depends on how cold it is. I mean, I prefer to walk, actually. I haven't walked in a long time, and I like walking on the trails. If it's cold enough, there's no mosquitoes, then I will walk, you know, just down Kenneth Street and go to River. And I won't go past River just because I want to isolate your response from his. But I mean, heel trick anyways. But still, the best, just even knowing heel trick, I'll still do the best I can to make them not trick. You know? Like if half the apples are poison, I'll still eat the apples knowing that they might be poison because it's the best odds I can do anyways. And then and then I'll just walk back the same way. And that way I'm not on a bike and all random, and then that way, you know, you wouldn't have a hard time sending me any signals. And you know, that would be exciting too. Like for me, like to make a, you know, if I'm like, guess what everyone, I just got 5% closer to asking Dance Girl on our second date. That would be a very preferable way. Like today I'm off, you know, today is a bad video. Today I don't have the zest, I don't have the fervent, zesty Italian, I don't have fervent, zesty Italian energy today. Maybe we should adopt an Italian. I like the Italians. Well, this is really exciting. Anyway, the whole fucking show is over. We got to the point. I've lost my confidence. I have to get it back by going out and facing the world. There's going to be lots of things to decipher. It not only requires intelligence, it also requires courage. Or, a better way of saying it, it not only requires courage, which is the thing that you're really concerned about, but it also requires intelligence, because you're going to have a lot of trickery going your way. Again, I'm in disbelief that this is allowed, that there could be someone actually fucking with our relationship and everyone knows his address and no one stops it. It's unbelievable to me. It's completely unbelievable to me that I know who is tormenting me and doing this horrifying, horrible stuff, and no one is stopping him. But people are stopping him as much as they can. I'm not trying to be ungrateful. I'm very grateful. The fact that he's not completely stopped, 100%, the fact that he's allowed to send shit and cum threats to me every single day, multiple times, the fact that he's allowed to call me every single day is completely fucking mind-boggling. The fact that he can interfere with a teenage girl's relationship is fucking insane. I can't even believe that. I can't even fucking believe that. That's like saying we're just sitting by and watching Gaza happen. I know it's not. I know Gaza's way worse. Okay, I wouldn't want to be a person in Gaza. But I'm saying, like, relative to our little town and how people are supposed to behave in a civilized society, and he's allowed to do this. It is unfucking believable that he can do that. I can't even fucking believe that someone is allowed to do that. I'm like, you know where he lives, right? You know that this is him. I'm like, that's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. Where does he work? Who are his colleagues? Where does he work? Where does his wife work? How is he able to get a job? How is he able to have people treat him with any respect at all? I have to assume that the only job he does is handle gang stalkers. He only handles people who he has a gun to their head. And that's the only way he could get by. I can't believe he could be capable of fitting in society. I literally could not believe that he could have a job somewhere. Like, it baffles my mind if that's the case. Like, I couldn't believe it. That he could just work at Walmart. Obviously, he has a higher paying job, but that he could just work at some place and have coworkers. I couldn't believe that. The only thing he could do is something under the table, something nefarious and sneaky. But anyways, so I guess that's how he gets by. I'm like, doesn't he have neighbors? Doesn't he have a whole street of people who live with him? Like, doesn't the whole fucking neighborhood know who he is? How is this fucking possible? Is it really just that simple? People are like, yeah, if we have any problem with him, we get hit by a car. Someone hits us with a car if we have a problem with him, so we don't have a problem with him. Yeah, we didn't like that he was using, I don't even want to say it because I don't want to get hit by a car. We don't like that he uses his daughter for things, but, he gets angry and we snooze off real quick. We just fall asleep and we go, yeah, it's nothing. No big deal. We don't agree, but we can't say anything. Yeah, okay. I get it too. If I could do whatever I want, I would stop him, but I can't stop him because he has sniper rifles, so to speak. He has assassins working for him. He's a literal terrorist with assassins. He's literally a terrorist with assassins, with government money that's stolen from the public. He's literally stolen money from the public to use assassins to protect him while he does sex crimes. And he's doing sex crimes blatantly and openly in front of everyone, getting off on it, using our stolen money to hire assassins and to blackmail people into being assassins and to lie and smear campaign people into being assassins. And now that his smear campaign is failing and I'm asserting my right to exist in this town, he is just resorting to blackmailing his own assassins. He doesn't need to smear campaign. He's just like, I'll just hire assassins or I'll blackmail them. And that's how I win. You can have 99% of people supporting you. It doesn't matter because those 99% of people, they're not assassins and they don't have assassins, but I do. I'm like, yeah, I think so. I kind of think you can't kill us, but maybe you can. Maybe he can. But I kind of think that he can't. But I mean, I got a pretty egregious vehicular assault coming out of Walmart. I was like, that one was more fucked up than normal. That was like a car coming on, like literally a car oncoming into me. Like a car literally driving into me. Where I was like, whoa, like this is, like imagine you're pulling out of a parking lot and the SUV comes actually right at you. And then they turn at the last minute. They're like, oh, I didn't see you there. Like I was like, I didn't know he could do something that fucked up. And then that worried me. What if that was from Dance Girl? Same kind of color as the car from before. He's like mimicking old Dance Girl. I'm like, that's old Dance Girl. New Dance Girl is different. And I've said that before, but this is new Dance Girl. Okay, he's mimicking new Dance Girl. Dance Girl is new Dance Girl now. Dance Girl's level 2 because we're month 2. Okay. So level 2, what does that mean? It means I want to put my toothbrush up your butt. It means that I want to have a cemetery date. Where would I like to have a date? Underneath the bench. And I'll put the toothbrush up. And I'll go, thank you. I'll just hang out at the cemetery. If I could choose, obviously. I'll ask you, what do you want? But if you're like, anything you want, I'd say, let's meet at the cemetery on the bench. And if you're wanting to be a woman about it, you can be at the bench first. Oh, I'm just sitting here. I didn't even know about a date. And then I'll sit beside you. And I'll chase you then. And then you won't feel like you're dating a faggot. That's what I'm hoping you'll say yes to. And frankly, my Frank is getting fucking dank just talking about it. I haven't been wet and boner for you for a while, Dance Girl. Okay, when I lost my confidence, I lost a lot. And I'm going to be in big trouble. I said lots of really naughty things today. I said a lot of really naughty things. But do you know what? Every time he does something, and I hate to talk about him so much, it's clearly much to his interest that I do this. But it's also to my own, because what I'm saying is reasonable. This is what you would say when someone is fucking with your life and harassing you every day. And each time I provoke him, it makes, and I'm not trying to provoke him here, I'm actually provoked. Each time I react, my reaction is justified. And then when he does something to up the ante, it looks bad on him. I'm like, why wouldn't I get angry when you're saying like sick, fucked up things to me? Why wouldn't I call you every name in the book when you do every kind of crime to me? So yeah, that's the first date I'll ask you on. If we get to 7 days of fucking I love yous, then I'll ask you on that date. Can we meet at the cemetery on July 2nd at 2 p.m.? And if you say no, then I'll say, can we meet on the sidewalk? Just say hi. At July 2nd at 2 p.m. Or whatever. I mean, I guess you could choose, but I would just say, I'll go for a walk, and here's the route I'll take, and will you meet me at 2? And then if you say no, I'll say, can we do that without it being at 2 p.m.? Just whenever you say. Can we meet at, really the second thing I'd want isn't that. The second thing I'd want is to say, can we meet on the bench, but just when you say. Not at 2 p.m., not at July 2nd, but just I'll go for walks every day in the cemetery. And one of those days, will you just be there? And I'll just keep walking there until... As long as you keep telling me you love me every day, I'll keep walking in the cemetery every day. I'll keep walking by the benches, and just one of those days that you'll meet me. I'd probably say hello, and I'd say, can I sit down here? If you said hello back to me, I'd say it in one sentence maybe. I'd act like we don't even know each other. I'd be like, hi. That'd be really funny. I'd say, do you want a toothbrush? I have an extra toothbrush. No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll be different. I shouldn't plan ahead so far. But I'll be crazy as fuck. I'll basically not have jacked off for 2 months in a way. I'll be crazy as fuck, which is good. You want a guy who's more insane. The more insane, the better. As long as you're not a psychopath. which I'm not. So I'm not really looking forward to our date. I don't even think it's going to happen. I'm going to wait until... I mean, yeah, I do, actually. Yeah, I am looking forward to it, and I do think it's going to happen. But I'm taking one step at a time. So really, the only thing I'm looking forward to is getting an I love you tomorrow. And I have to tell you, Dance Girl, on some level, we've already seen the best we're going to have. But on another level, it's going to get better and better. We already have each other's love, and that is... I don't know what to say. However happy we are on our own is like the happiest we can be in a certain way. Like, loving each other isn't going to make us happy. But I think we become more happy by growing as people, which happens through loving each other. So it is going to get better and better. And of course, it is getting better and better. Like, our relationship is much better now than it was a month ago. And did you notice TSD wasn't fucking with us until we started to do better? Until we made up. When you hated me, he wasn't fucking with us. But once we made up, he didn't like that. He didn't like that I got your clothes. He's that long-haired blonde guy in the How You Like Apples movie, in the Good Will Hunting movie. He didn't care at all about you and I, but now that he knows it's making us happy, now he wants to ruin it. That's really sick. That's crazy sick. You wouldn't even know that those people are real. But whatever. You don't want to focus on that. You don't have to focus on that. That's where it does get egregious, you know? Like, if I'm just like, yeah, TSD sucks, and he really sucks, and I hate him, and I really double hate him, and you know what? It's 10 o'clock p.m. I hate him times 10. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, that's too much. That's just provoking him. That's different than when you're really angry, because he does something that makes you really angry, and then you react, or you have some kind of like conniption. That's understandable. People understand when you lose your shit. But when you're just like indulging in it, then that's kind of like, that's not good. You shouldn't do that. I'm like, yeah, I know. I won't do that. Sometimes I have to freestyle rap about him. And I'm not joking. I'm not saying that lightly. I'm saying really. When you hear these guys freestyle rapping about violence or about things that are like gangster stuff, those are actually kind of people like playing video games like Grand Theft Auto. Like, it's really violent and it's messed up, but you're kind of like getting out your violence in a healthy way. It's kind of like if you have to do self-harm, instead of cutting yourself, you might get a tattoo, which is, I think, a form of self-harm. You're like, oh, I'll just do some artwork. You know, you kind of make it good in a way. And I feel like a lot of those gangster rappers, they're actually family man. They're actually trying to deal with their anger in a way that's non-violent. Now, of course, self-defense is not violent, but when self-defense is illegal and punishable by blood libel, then self-defense becomes impractical. And so then the only thing you can do is offload your rage onto some freestyle rap. And so I feel like people are going to say you're provoking him and this is your own fault. And I'm like, sometimes the only thing I can do is freestyle rap. Sometimes if I didn't do that, I'd go crazy. Or some kind of character. Like, I was watching JP Sears, and I really like,
You know, I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he believes everything he says. And he says that he's angry, but he doesn't show his anger. He instead channels his anger into his satirical skits. And I think that's the reason why his channel works, is because he's not just trying to be funny. He's actually expressing very raw and genuine emotions in a way that is not illegal. You know, if he were to say his genuine emotions, he would be removed from YouTube, but he does that through satire, and he's able to not have the police take away his guns, calling him insane. But he's saying all of the same things that if he said it without satire, that people would not listen to him so much, because he's found a way of gangster rap. He's found a way of saying it that bypasses the algorithm that deletes your YouTube channel. And so today I kind of did my Buck Lau impression. I don't know if you know this, but I only talk to Richard, aka Todd. I only talk to him in Buck Lau voice. I'm always Buck Lau when I talk to him. Ooh, Buck, I need to tell you, fuck boy. Oh, very fresh. Buck boy, today I need to tell you, today, Rala. Oh, come here, Rala, I need to tell you, fuck boy. Buck girl, Buck boy, right? Hey you, come here, Rala, I need to tell you, Buck boy. Buck girl? No, Buck boy, right? I need to tell you, come here, Rala. Okay, I'm only ever talking to Todd and Buck Lau. Today I did Buck Lau to express my anger. You know, I did like some Sam Hyde and some Charles Carroll. That whole Frank skit was one of their skits. He pees in a cup, and he's like, "Come on, Frank, you thirsty?" He's like, "You got my money, right, Frank?" People might say I was insisting that TSD gives me millions of dollars. No, I was just being funny. I don't think saying give me millions of dollars is going to make TSD give me millions of dollars, okay? If I want millions of dollars from anyone, it will be through the court. It won't be through passive threats and saying, you know, you better or else, okay? I would have no expectation of threatening my way into getting money. The only way I could ever get money is by charging them criminally and then suing them. And I would not have suing them as the goal of charging them criminally. That would be something that I would just think of after the fact. I'd say, actually, now that I think of it, you do owe me millions of dollars. You are living right now with millions of dollars that you've stolen from me, essentially. If you really got technical about it. And I do deserve that. I do deserve to have enough money to say, okay, dance girl, guess what? You don't have to work. Obviously. No pig of mine would have to work. A pig shouldn't have to work. But unfortunately, the world is not natural. You know, there's a lot of things that are unnatural about how we live. Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. If the world wasn't unfair, men would enjoy to work. It would be a very, very enjoyable, rewarding thing. You would have your work tied to your pig. You would say, the nicer my house is, the nicer my car is, the nicer my body is, the hotter my pigs, plural. But, you know, the world is not natural. And it's more natural to live as far as I can tell, in an unnatural way. At least this is what I'm trying. Because if you lived naturally, you'd end up in prison really quick. Or dead. Or with your brain destroyed by mental illness medication and injections and things like that. You know, there's no therapist you can go to say, I'm really traumatized that my own government did 9/11. You know, if that traumatizes you, that you know that 2019 was a Holocaust, or that 9/11 was done by the CIA. There's no doctor or therapist you can go and say, it really traumatizes me, my government did that. They'd all say, they'd all know that you're telling the truth and that you actually need therapy for that. And they'd say, sorry, that's nuts. We have to put you on forced injections now. Now, my dad told me that the government claims to protect the citizens from themselves. And there are people who actually believe that, and it's not a joke. So I don't know what's up with people, but I believe them. I didn't know that there are people who actually believe that, but apparently there are. There are people who literally believe that 2019 was, there was a virus outbreak, and that viruses are pathogens, and that pathogens exist, and that vaccines are cures or antidotes or some kind of protection from pathogens, and that the government cares about people and wants to protect them from illness. Or that a bunch of terrorists from another country bombed Building 7 and the World Trade Centers, that they rigged demolition explosives with like thermite in the World Trade Centers, like as if a group of terrorists could magically teleport off an airplane and rig the trade towers with demolition explosives, and then as if jet fuel could melt steel beams, and then as if sending all the scrap of the trade towers to China immediately after was a coincidence. I didn't know there are people who believe that, but there are. That's fucking scary. That's like saying, there's aliens too. And now there are people who probably believe that too. And not only there are aliens, but that the aliens are made out of paper mache. I don't know how you would reason with someone like that. That's pretty absurd. But at one point in my life, one time, I tried to bend a spoon with my mind. I was actually trying my hardest to do that. I was probably like 18 years old, and I was really trying to do it. I'm like I'm really trying to bend a spoon with my mind. So like, I know that people can believe anything. So I don't even, I don't really get it, but I don't know how you can believe that your whole life. But if you could believe it by 18, then I don't know. You could believe stuff like that your whole life. Anyway, I know the video's over, so I don't really feel bad about having silent pauses, but there might be silent pauses. I could turn the camera to face the TV if you want. I don't know if you just want to watch me. I'm pretty boring over here. Oh yeah, no pig of mine would ever have to work. Not ever. If the world was as it's supposed to be, you'd never have to do that. I'd say, why would you work? Just hang out with me. If you're going to hang out with me for free anyway, then you're not a whore. Then I'll pay for everything. Because I don't want you to spend time doing stuff that's not with me. Unless you want to. In which case, work. But if you don't want to work, then never work. But if someone's like, I only like you for your money, I'd be like, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's embarrassing. I'd have, if I was who I'm pretending to be, I would have a nice car, I'd have a nice house, I'd have fucking everything. Have a nice body. I mean, Lauren has that. He's a targeted individual. But they burned his place down. They stole his place once and they burned it down the second time. Bankrupted him. They had a girl literally just ask him to transfer. They had a whole cover-up story and everything. She's like, I'm trying to get citizenship here. Will you transfer your entire business into my name to get me citizenship? And then once I get it, then I'll transfer it back into your name. And Lauren, who basically is very innocent and literally doesn't understand that people are lying to him, he said, yeah, sure. And then she bankrupted him. She stole all his money, and then they burnt his place down. They stole millions of dollars from him. And to this day, his YouTube channel is hijacked, if you go to his most popular one. But they didn't delete his videos for some reason. I ought to put what he taught me into practice and start eating fruit again. Otherwise, I'm just too buttery. I'm like, you should jack off. I'm like, I don't want to. That's not good. I'm like, you should jack off and then immediately start eating fruit. And your jack off is your farewell party into eating fruit. I'm like, that's a trick. You're lying to me. Don't do it. I'm like, don't do it, self. He's lying to you. You're not going to feel good if you do that. You're immediately going to regret it. Don't do it. You're going to be ruining it with Dance Girl if you do that. Don't do that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm only 65% sure about Dance Girl. I'm like, that's a passing grade. Keep getting up to 100. You have to make sacrifice. It doesn't feel good. It feels really bad. It feels wrong on so many levels. But it feels right on more levels. So do it. Even if it all ends up bad, you'll be able to say, you're not going to regret the things you did. You're going to regret the things you didn't do. Don't let this be one of them. And don't take it for granted. Don't ever take Dance Girl for granted. Never, ever, ever, ever fucking do that. Because look what you got. Look how far you've come. And aren't you happy about that? Yes. Well, what's wrong then? You're in excruciating emotional pain. Well, who cares? Get over it. Yeah, you got abused. Well, who cares? So is everyone else. Shut up. You got sex. Shut up. Everyone else has too. Shut up. No one gives a fuck. So shut up. Yeah, but it's worse from... Yeah, who cares? Fuck you and shut up. Or what's your plan? That you just sit around jacking off to your own pain? What's your big deal? That people go, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh. Is that going to stop TSD from fucking with your relationship with Dance Girl? Nope. So what can you do? What's your best revenge? Success? Did TSD like it? That you got Dance Girl's clothes? Nope. Does TSD want you to be happy? Nope. What's your best revenge if you're actually angry and you want revenge? To move on and to not care about his success or failure? To be apathetic and indifferent to him? Yep. And ultimately, is it really about spiting TSD? No, it's about living in spite of him. I can't get rid of him. He's a cancer. I can't get rid of him. But, I'm living with cancer. My cancer is called TSD. Can't get rid of him. It seems to be a terminal cancer. Hopefully it's a terminal cancer. But hopefully I survive by miracle and only the cancer fucking dies. And, that might carry weight too. On the emotional level. Like I'm on spiritual level, when I'm cursing him to die, that might help him die. That might make him sick. If he's reacting to everything I say, that could remove his will to live. So maybe that's something. But ultimately, I'm not trying to do that. That's only incidental. That I'm trying to live my life. If TSD just stopped bothering me, I would stop talking about him. I would say, go live your life. Or don't. I don't even care. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to remember you. I'm just trying to live my life with Dance Girl here. And so the best I can do is to be strong and don't just sit around focusing on all the negative things in my life. I mean, it'd be so easy to jack off and to smoke weed. You might as well. What's the difference? But I won't do it because I'm like, I love Dance Girl. That's why. And I love myself. So, Dance Girl can be my girlfriend and I'll be her boyfriend. And maybe it'll work. I hope it'll work. It seems like it's working. I'm angry and it sucks, but, life isn't fair and that's okay. Just do what you're supposed to anyway. Follow the plan. You killed Lindsay. You're fucking Will Smith in 7 pounds. You owe this to Lindsay. You owe this to yourself. You owe this to Todd. You owe it to yourself, really. You owe it to Travis, too. He's like, I was like, Travis, I'm really sorry for fucking your life up. He gets really uncomfortable when I talk to him about gay stuff like that. He gets extremely uncomfortable. And he says, like, don't be sorry, just live well. If you want to be sorry to me, make me happy, just live a good life. I'm like, yeah, okay. Right now, there's something I want from you. I'm trying to get closer to Dance Girl right now by making this video, and I can't. I'm talking to the phantom of her. What I need to do is actually go out and actually get a sign from her, which is a lot more difficult. So today I really feel like a real sissy. Today I feel embarrassed of myself. I feel dirty about myself. And if I went to the self-help and pure support group, they would say, don't you feel bad about that. You're doing the best you can. And I'm like sitting there like I'm Jesse Pinkman. I'm like, no, don't you ever feel disgusted with yourself though? Like, don't you ever feel like you should feel disgusted with yourself? That you should be disgusted by your own weakness? and that condemning your own weakness is not masochism and self-sabotage, but responsibility to take the immense pain that you deserve for wasting your life. I'm like, if I go to the support group, no matter what I do, if I ever feel bad, they go, oh, don't feel bad. All they do is console you. That's all they do. And they're like, we don't want your money. We're just trying to draw some new blood into the game. Come on, we don't want your money. It's all free here. And over here, it's like bumper lanes on bowling. Everyone wins. It doesn't matter how bad you do. You always get the trophy when you come here. Do you want a whole group of people to tell you you're good and placate you and console you? We'll all go around in a circle and we'll all say that we like you, and we'll sing Kumbaya and we'll do a kabuki dance. Do you like that? And you go, yeah, I like it. Tell me I'm good. And they go, we're your new parents and you're really good. You're very loved and you're very needed. And you're like, well, someone was mean to me the other day. They didn't really try their best. And they go, you deserve more than that. And then you say, I was mean to myself the other day and I didn't really try my best. And they go, no, you did your best and you were good enough. And then you, just to drive it home, you say, well, the other day someone else did the exact same thing to me. And they go, you deserve better than that. They're a jerk. And you're like, okay, so there's a double standard. As long as I'm in the in crowd and as long as I come here, then I get placated and told I'm good by a bunch of yes men so that you get government funding, right? So that you get budget money next year. So that you get to keep a job next year. And your job then is to tell me I have low self-esteem even when I don't. And then correct me and say, actually, you have high self-esteem. Actually, you're not fucked up. You think you're fucked up, but you're actually a really good person. I used to try to just get through the group without someone telling me that I was not respecting myself. Without someone saying, oh, you're being too hard on yourself. You're beating up on yourself. I was like, never self-critical. I kept it impenetrable. My sharing was like, I had a good week this week. I felt great. I had some difficulty when someone was rude to me. But then I read a book about how to deal with it, and I did some positive thinking, and I dealt with it really well. And I'm very proud of myself, and it was really fun, and I got my diet on point too. And after I'm finished, I'd be like, I dare one of you to tell me that I'm beating up on myself or that I have low self-esteem. I'm like, I said nothing that you could say. I know you're looking for any excuse to tell me you have mental illness and you need pills and you need therapy. That's what they're looking to say. They're looking for anything that you say that their response can be, so why is it that you're not on meds? Have you considered taking meds? What meds are you on? Or okay, we're not allowed to ask that. I used to joke that they say you're not allowed to give people advice, but I was one of the facilitators, so I would read the rules. And I said, you're not allowed to give people advice, so if you're going to give someone advice, start off by saying this isn't advice. And then after you say that, that's the only time you're allowed to condescend them like you normally would. And tell them how to live and tell them what meds to go on and all that other shit that condescends them and makes them feel small and belittled. And, there were oftentimes people who would come to the group and leave because they instantly recognized it. It was like a clique over there. But I did okay. Eventually I learned how not to get criticized. Well, it kind of took a little bit of disingenuousness almost. Or kind of being, I don't know what the word is, mind controlled? MK Ultra'd. Eventually I was like, just don't ever talk. At the support group where you're supposed to talk about your pain, just don't ever talk about anything that bothers you. And then people won't condescend you. Whatever, it was nice, I liked it. And the other thing too is that the longer I don't jack off, the better my singing voice gets. If I don't jack off for a year, and especially if I eat a lot of fruit, my singing voice will get way better. I'm very fucking happy about that. That's like one of the best things. What time is it? It's probably pretty late. 1:36. Yeah, I might get going soon. I don't know. I'll probably eat another cookie. I have some spaghetti. I might make some spaghetti. I already have the sauce made. I'm gonna put a new battery in the thing. The sound is gonna go off for a minute. That's nuts. We're out of bubblies. It's really bad. Oh. I'm going to show you some pictures. Okay, so this is my, you can see me there. And this is my uncle's girlfriend, Taryn, who I was in love with. This is Anung. This is my native Indian friend. This is my best friend at the time, Mark. And this is my Uncle Jeff. Look at his clock on his guitar. Isn't that cool? Oh, and I'll show you this bitch. What do you think of this woman? Does she look like a fucking psycho? I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure. Look at me. Look how cute I was. Look at that. Can you imagine how hard TSD is? This fucking woman. Look at my grandma. This is my grandma, I think. I'm almost sure. She was prettier than that, but yeah, I think that's her. That's my grandma right there. I can't believe it. But anyways, this woman, she held me on her lap one time and she didn't let me move. And I thought, you fucking psycho. You know, really fucking disturbed me. Well, there was someone coming over. There was like, we had guests over. Oh, wait, we're just getting a threat here. Some nonsense bullshit. Okay, every commercial is sick. And, but anyways, fucking, there was someone over at our house. It was like at Marie's house. And Marie's like the shaman of our family. And, well, I was at her house and someone was coming over and I wanted to go see. And this woman, I think her name was, I don't remember her name, but she held me on her lap forcibly. I was like, you know, she did it in front of everyone. Like it was for my own good. She overpowered me. I didn't know anything about that. I knew, I was like, this is wrong. What you're doing is fucking wrong. I had no thought of like, I should hit her. I should hit her. You know, if I would have hit her, that would have been bad. You know, I never did that. But I was like, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you? And now I look at her face. I'm like, you could see it in her face. You see, she's a fucking psycho. Robert Anton Wilson says there's nothing sacred in the life of an invader. I guess that's revenge in a way. You want to know something I like about Dance Girl? I'm not sure Dance Girl's even watching. We've been going for 3 hours now. I love these live streams like you wouldn't believe. These are like the best part of my day. Do you want to know what I love about her? Seemingly, I could be wrong, that I can get really angry at her and like blow up on her, and she doesn't punish me for that. As far as I know, the only thing that she punishes me for is if she believes I'm lying to her. Like when she thought I stood her up, that made her go ape. But if I'm just like resentful towards her, no. This is one of the things about Hitler. You may not know this about Hitler, but you could criticize him if you were another person in the Now this sounds really bad, okay? I'm not trying to negate Dance Girl's compliment. Okay, I'm just proving the point that you could yell at Hitler, and you could criticize him, and you could get angry at him, and you could tell him he's wrong, and you could treat him like you're talking in a locker room, and he wouldn't kill you for it. And this is part of his success, why he had so much success, why he was so hypnotic, why so many people listened to him. And I have to say this to prove the point, that I can trash the fuck out of Dance Girl and say, you fucking rapist, human trafficker, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think she'll punish for that, as long as I balance it out as well. Like, and saying, you know, I still love you, I hope. If you don't, let me love you now, and let me show you that that was what I resent about you, and here's what I love about you. Which this is one of those things. This is one of those things. That unless I fucking lie to you, in your opinion, that I have the freedom to criticize you. And not only that, but you listen. That you trust me enough that if I say what you did was a mistake, that you consider that it was a mistake. And that I feel heard. And that's really nice to think your girlfriend is a tyrant and a human trafficker, and then to say, actually, she's a good person. It's a nice surprise. I mean, she sent me toothpaste pictures, apparently, which I thought was bird shit, but it was just like, put your toothbrush up my ass. I mean, that's a really nice toothbrush, so it deserves a nice ass. Well, I might be too heartbroken to get boners anymore. Or it might just be too much butter. Too recently I jacked off. I can't wait. You know, I definitely overdid it with the jacking. You know, but I was heartbroken. I was in shock. But still. But you know what? I needed to. I actually needed to do that. That was part of being hurt. Was having to take so much medicine that it made me brain dead for a while. I had to turn off. I'm still recovering. You should be very lucky if you have this kind of relationship. Because it's real. Don't you feel like that? No, there's no placating. Well, I beat Sonic. Oh, I should check this Microsoft store, but I think I already checked it today. I'll see if there's any new games. I don't think so. I think I just checked recently.
So tomorrow I have to go to Zares. This is a definite a definite faith in Dance Girl, because by telling you what I'm gonna do, terrorist dick sucker, terrorist sucky dicky is gonna start planning his attack already. He's gonna lean back and plan his attack. But it gives Dance Girl time too. But Dance Girl doesn't need to plan. You know, I don't know how Dance Girl works, okay? I don't know how Dance Girl works. But so in a sense, it doesn't even matter to tell you what I'm going to do ahead of time, because no matter what, it's going to be TSD versus Dance Girl in real time, or it's going to be planned ahead. And I always trust Dance Girl knows how to do more subtle thing. TSD communicates with a sledgehammer, and Dance Girl communicates with a feather. But obviously, TSD is Agent Smith, and he's always learning how to add new programs into his AI. TSD is AI. He's not a real person. And so he's going to be going, oh, the feather method. Okay, we got to do it really subtle. We have to do something really subtle that looks like it's Dance Girl, but then it's ambiguous, so he thinks Dance Girl doesn't really love him. That's what he's going to be trying to think of, how to do that. How can you give a really subtle clue that looks like Dance Girl? He might do really obvious, you never know, but he's definitely like one of those Terminators. And he's probably gonna do a harsh physical assault. He's probably gonna try to do a pattern interrupt. Now it's all these Battlefield 4. Okay, it ends in 4 hours. Okay, and they have Need for Speed Heat for $8.99. It's such a good game. $89. Does my finger smell like shit? That's my dick. That's my dick. Yeah, that's a really... It's not shit. It doesn't smell like shit. But it fucking... It smells sweet. But anyways... Well, there are pheromones on your asshole, too. But anyways... He's going to be... trying to learn the patterns. I don't know. I forget what he's going to do. But he's going to do something bad. He's going to do a pattern interrupt. He'll do a vehicular assault. So I have to go to Zares to get more bubblies. So wherever these are, that's where I'll be. I'll be getting probably 10 cases of these. I'll be spending $50 on these. Why so many? Because I want to surprise my mom. I like doing nice things for my mom, and she loves these things, and I want to get her a whole bunch of them. And I like a lot. You know, if you're going to buy them, you might as well buy them in bulk. So, you know, if you have to use a cart and you have to take the car, you might as... Because we're all poor now. Because people are using fucking stolen money to do their fucking... So we're going to go to Zares on Weaver Street. And we're going to... Should I go to the Stanley Park one just to piss off TSD? No, we typically go to the one on Weaver Street anyway. And so we're going to get... Oh, that's an expansion. I just saw a new Mortal Kombat game, and I was like, really? Well, I already have the best rated one. And then we have MXGP3, like a dirt bike game. So basically, I'm going to go out tomorrow. I'm probably... Oh, MotoGP 19. Now I have number 17, and that's a good one. And then we could get Mortal Kombat 11. I'm going to go to Zares. I'm going to get a bunch of cases of these. I'm going to maybe get some groceries too, but basically I'm just going to Zares to get more bubblies. I might get some Cool Whip to make a pie. I've been wanting a pie. And then I might call it quits on cooked food and start doing raw vegan. I could do a water fast even and do supplements just for fun, just to see how it is. I have, everyone says when you do a water fast, take supplements. Why don't I try that? That could be fun. You lose muscle mass, but whatever. I don't know what time I'll do it, but it'll be sometime
it'll be at least at a time. And then I'm going to cut the grass, probably, which, that's going to be difficult. That might be enough for the day. And if I get an I love you from Dance Girl, that's very clear. Now, he might do a very clear I love you. He might do a fake I love you. A very obvious, a completely clear fake I love you with nothing fake about it. Just a blatant, a white Honda Civic, waiting by the door or something. And that's it. And then he might go, okay, now you think she loves you. And then, but how could that backfire? I'm thinking like he might try to be double tricky and make me think that it's, and then have that same car do something bad after. I don't know. I don't think Dance Girl is like that. Dance Girl is not like, I'm gonna make you think I like you and then, but Dance Girl did do that last, on our last date day. She was like, hey, it's me to love you. Surprise, I hate you. But as far as I know, that's new Dance Girl, not new Dance Girl. New Dance Girl doesn't do that. So I don't think he could trick by, but he could play that out. He could try to make it look like a recreation of that, a reenactment of that. He could say, yeah, it's me, Dance Girl. Here's a totally nice sign. Surprise, it's not a nice sign. It's me, Dance Girl, fucking with you now. He could try to do that. And he could do a pattern interrupt where he could do a hardcore vehicular assault where it's something that actually scares me and gets my adrenaline going. And then the rest of the signs and the rest of the night, I'll be traumatized and in shock. And so I won't really know how to read the signs accurately. Because if you actually really physically assault someone, like even if you just you don't punch them, but you just punch almost in their face, and you actually really scare them and get their neural chemistry going, as if it'll be the same as if they really did get assaulted, and then they won't be able to think clearly. And then so if there's any amount of decrypting the encryption that he puts on Dance Girl and I's signals, I won't be able to decrypt what he says. I won't be able to decode what Dance Girl says because I'll be too traumatized. So he might try a hardcore assault. I don't know if he's allowed to break in. Maybe based on some of the things I said today, he's allowed to do a home invasion tonight or gas me, so I'm kind of drugged tomorrow. But, Vertigo. Alfred Hitchcock Vertigo. This game has 4.5 stars. So oh my god, the NASCAR arcade game. I used to play this, I think, at the fucking thing. This is like an arcade game. So anyways, if I get a clear I love you from Dance Girl, then one thing I do know about Dance Girl's fake out I love yous is they don't last very long. If she's like, hey, I love you, just to tell me fuck you, I hate you, it'll be pretty quick. She won't say, I'm gonna lead you on for a long time. So I could be pretty sure if I get an I love you from Dance Girl, that I can trust it. And maybe, this game looks really fun. I should get this one. I should look if this is a good one on YouTube or something. If I get an I love you from, maybe the gang stalkers can help to prevent any hardcore assaults, because you know where I'm going to be going. I'm going to be going down Franklin, left on Weber, right into the Zares parking lot, and I'll probably go through the lights and not turn right, and then turn right into the parking lot. And that he could do an assault, and that would be his easiest place to do it, in the parking lot. But he could do it anywhere, but I mean, that's probably where he'd do it. And then when I'm walking into the store, he could have cars back out or something, or he could have someone try and hit me with a cart or something, which isn't that, getting hit with a shopping cart isn't the same as getting hit with a car. So those aren't really too worrisome. And then, so you could pretty much know where I'm going to go. I'm going to go straight to the fucking pop aisle. Then I'm going to go to the vegan aisle where they have all the vegan stuff. I'm going to look at the Cool Whip. I'm going to try to find a pie crust. I want to make a pie. I have those eggs to make a pie. Then he's going to tell me that he's coming in my eggs or something like that. And so I'll be looking for the I love yous from Dance Girl. And I'm sure there are many. I'll probably have my camera on me. Now, that's kind of difficult to take my camera with me when I go out, because unless I have a lot of confidence, it's actually pretty embarrassing to walk around with a camera. But I actually need it because until I actually watch the video back, I don't properly interpret the signals. But this game is called NASCAR Arcade Rush. And I like the graphics on it. I think it's pretty good. So if I get the definitive I love you from Dance Girl, I'm going to be in an extremely good mood. At which point, I will very easily cut the grass, and I'll probably go for a walk on the Kenneth Street trails, and or go for a bike ride. I'll probably go for a long bike ride. If I get a definitive I love you from Dance Girl, I'll go for a long bike ride on the TSD trails too, because then his torture tomorrow, he'll wake me up with 5 phone calls tomorrow, and he'll wake me up when I have an afternoon nap. But I'll be so happy with my relationship with Dance Girl that I actually won't care. And I'll also go on the trails at midnight, just to help public support, because then people will say, TSD, if you really believed that Z-Bubs was trying to hurt your children and you know that you and your children are not going to be on the trails at midnight while he rides his bike on the trails, and that's not even going on your street or near your house. We all know that he's not trying to provoke you by going for a trail ride. And so for you to wake him up with 5 phone calls is you're being, rude and criminal. And, you're trying to harass and disrupt. And that's, that's illegal. Like, that's unjustifiable. That's clearly your personal issues that you're putting on him. And so that gets 2 birds with 1 stone. And it also makes me so happy that I wouldn't really be afraid of not getting an I love you from Dance Girl, because I'm like, if I were to get it going to Zares, then the rest of the day I'm already set. The rest of it, I already am having a perfect day tomorrow if I get an I love you from her. The first time I'll be going out tomorrow will probably be going to Zares. And so once I get that, then I won't be scared. If I get that, I won't be scared at all to cut the grass, and I'll enjoy to go for a bike ride too, which I like going for bike rides. I miss going for bike rides. Or I could go for a walk if it's cold enough. And then I might even get more I love yous. And then I might even get to 75 or 80% within a couple days by tomorrow. I could even get up higher than, I can get 15% higher tomorrow. I'm only aiming for 5%, but I could technically get 15% higher, which would be nice. I'd get a lot more boners that way. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just being silly. Oh, what's this? Pac-Man World Repack? Regular $40, on for $7.99. So this is exciting, actually. And isn't it kind of fun? Isn't it though? Isn't it like every movie, like there's a villain, and it's not like you're thankful. But isn't it just how the world works? Like for every sheep, there's a wolf. and we're like lambs of God, and we're like asking for God's protection, like we're helpless and we're just using love. I don't know. I like to think it's not like that. I'm like, it's God didn't arrange this. This is like the devil's work. And it's like, yeah, but God made the devil too. It's like, oh my God. And it's like, God gave you everything you need to win. You don't have to be afraid of the devil. You can win. God gave you the strength to win. God sends the devil to attack you because he knows that your area is dark and you can win. So just be as religious as you can. Which means try to get your toothbrush up that ass the best way you know how. Which means, you got to take some risks. It's much easier to stay inside, obviously. But can you see that I'm more entertaining now? I'm more engaged with you because I'm already preparing to take a positive and healthy risk. Can you see that my spirit is already changing? I can. I hope you can notice it. Maybe you didn't even get through the video because my spirit was so fucked earlier on. I was disheartened. Then we have this other game called Steep. I hope you like the sound. I like the sound. I love this microphone. This is a really great microphone. So we can hope, we can ask the guardians to stop, whatever too. But I mean, it's not gonna. Last time when I went to Walmart, I got a bad physical. I got something that was shocking with a car. I got a shocking event with a car. And seeing a car drive right at you, it's pretty shocking. And, but I still made it. I still laughed. I said, you tried to get me, but you didn't. You tried to ruin my day, but you didn't. But then technically today was ruined. Today I was like, I just made it by a hair yesterday. I don't want to take that risk again. But one day resting time, that's not unforgivable. I took, Ghost Runner 2 Deluxe Edition. Yeah, I do kind of want that. And sale ends in 3 hours, but it's $13.39. But it only gets 3.5 stars. Yeah, I don't think so. I only get the 4.5 star games. And hopefully, I mean, if I get the I love you, then I can go for a bike ride, which I love going for bike rides. I can go for a walk, and then I don't need subsequent I love yous, but she might give them to me, and then I might get to, I'm not aiming for that, but I might get to fucking, what is it, 65, 70, 80%. I might get to 80% by tomorrow. That would be nice. There's a game called Bravery and Greed. It's 80% off. I'm not going to check it. Actually, I'll check it. It looks okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a 2D platformer. Yeah, I don't think that's good. I kind of knew it would be that. Oftentimes, I just go through each game. I don't even look at the game. I only look at the ratings. I just wait till I see 4.5 stars, and then I look at what the game is. Otherwise, I don't even look. I mean, I just look to see the rating, and then if it's like anything less than 4.5, I'm like, I'm not even gonna look. But if it is 4.5 or higher, like 4.5 or higher, then I look at what the game is. But if it's like less than that, I don't even want to know what it is, even like how much money it is or anything. And I'm like, all I'm really looking for is the ratings.
And, you know, when people over explain things to me, I want to pull their skin off like a bag. I want to grab the scruff of their skin by their head and pull their skin off. My dad would say, I'm like mid-sentence, he's like, I understand. You know, I'm like I start saying something, I'm like 2 words into it, he's like, I understand. You can stop talking now, I understand. You don't need to keep explaining it. I'm like, you know, thank you. BC wormed. Fucking gets me. Well, you know, with what can you really do with women? I mean, they just like ceaseless chatter. You know, and you know, the other thing too is no friend of mine would have to work either. I would always say, if you live with me, everything is provided. And that's my joy. Now, of course, I'm no one to talk. I live with my mom and I'm on welfare, okay? I might as well say I'm Jean-Claude Van Damme and I can kick the whole world's ass. Okay, I know how fucking ridiculous this sounds. But I'm just saying, if I had money, I would let all my friends live with me for free. I would pay for all my friends. And because I would do that, I would be extremely rich. Because I would do that, I would have rich friends who would say, we also want to contribute to this cult. Now, this game is something else. What is this game? BC Wormed. Looks good. It's by Capcom? Ew. Oh, gross. I don't like Capcom games at all. Well, I would have a nice place for myself, really. Doesn't cost much. Fucking, you know, that's like what you'd want, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's lame. Maybe it's lame. Mortal Kombat XL. I think I have that one. But I have the deluxe edition, I think. But that one has 4.5 stars, 2,500 ratings. Morph Defense. One game is $5 on sale for $1. Yeah, so I don't know what kind of nonsense we're gonna get tomorrow, but I hope we get something good. It's gonna be hard, but whatever. We'll get there. I could not do this if I was jacking off and high. I don't know what you're thinking. If you, like, it took me a long time, you know, but I literally, if I was high, I could not be in a relationship. If I was jacking off, I could not be in a relationship. Like, I absolutely can 100% guarantee that. There would be no chance of it happening if I was jacking off on the regular. And, oh, Ghost Runner 1 is only $10. Well, I'd get Ghost Runner 2. But there would be no chance I could have a relationship. And it's better this way. You know, I could do acid because that's a once a week drug. But I'd rather save my money for clothes. Now I need to look good for Dance Girl. Creeks. I have more important things than drugs to do.
I like that Tyler said that. Owen Cook, he said, drugs are for people who don't have a life. Now, you'd like to get drunk with Dance Girl, obviously. But that's a special occasion. Drugs should be, really it'd be nice to get high on acid and get drunk with Dance Girl. But that's a special occasion. Well, just acid on your own is a special occasion too. But in another sense, I'm like, no, don't do it. For your emotional health, you shouldn't do it. It actually isn't good to do acid. Do acid with Dance Girl or don't do it at all. That's how you should take it. Whether she does it or not, you do it when she's with you physically. Or you don't. Or maybe on some really special occasion, like she gives you her butt plug or her panties or something. I would rather her panties, really. Not infused with bonfire smoke. But whatever. I'm not even requesting that. And Legends. MX versus ATV Legends. That's a really good one. I have that. Oh, Sonic Frontier. Ooh. No, I don't think so. That's a $79 game on for $23. I don't think I like these new Sonic games as much. What I'd really like is to get Sonic 4 and Sonic 3 for Xbox 360, which are also expensive. They're also like $20, but they're closer to the original. And that's what I like. But I feel much more alive now that I'm going to be taking another risk tomorrow and going out. Well, I should start preparing. Like when I go outside, they're going to have someone in a wheelchair. They'll have, I don't know. They'll have someone will probably call me in the morning. I'll probably get woken up just to fuck with my day. He'll probably call me early in the morning to wake me up, just to piss me off. And then I might have a hard time getting to sleep. He might call again if I try to go back to sleep. So he might force me to go to the store tired. And then he could do a vehicular assault while I'm tired. I'm not sure he could gas me and drug me tonight for what I've said today. I might be woozy tomorrow. He might be able to break in. I don't think he could do that, but maybe he could. I'm not sure he can just do it at his own discretion. Yeah, these Sonic games, they're two best Sonic in quite some time. They're like best Sonic game ever. Awesome. Didn't think this would dethrone Unleashed as my favorite Sonic game. But this game is fun. It's not perfect. This one says perfect, just perfect. The Sonic game. Gets stale after a while, 2 stars. Graphics aren't the best. Mechanics are okay. Game has empty feel to it. Could have added different areas. I don't like it because it's like Trackmania. It's like you just push go and then it does the whole game for you. Very cheaply made was 2 stars. A mess. 1 star. Camera is all over the place. Therefore, combat is a mess. It's kind of what I feel. It feels like watching a movie. I really tried to like this game, but it's so dull. Better luck next time. Next time. This is the Automata. I don't know what that means. Of the Sonic franchise. Well, at least we're getting teamwork. We have like unity and teamwork, and We have social bonding, social cohesion, fucking uniting against a common enemy. Whatever, though, we don't, that's not needed. That's okay. We don't need TSD to feel in love. What? What? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is this? Okay, I just found a game called Sonic Origins Plus. From $53.99 to $16. It's the original Sonic. What? It's like literally the original Sonic. I'm watching the trailer for it. I would turn the camera up, but it's kind of hard to do. Maybe I can do it. I don't know if this is just Sonic Mania. I mean, Sonic Mania is really highly rated. It's like the highest rated Sonic game. Looks like Sonic Mania, but just shitty graphics. Like literally these levels are like, they look literally the same. But I didn't remember that in Sonic Mania, or this. I don't like the graphics in this. I don't like that. I never liked these parts. Hated these parts. I'm holding my arms outstretched in order to point the camera at the TV for you. Okay, this is uncomfortable. I'd like you to know that I'm suffering for your joy right now. Who is this? Sonia? Sonia? I feel like these games are fucking... all these levels look the same. Yeah, we don't want a cartoon. Sonic Origins Plus. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to start preparing now. I'll probably get woken up in the morning. I'll probably get vehicular assault. And then I'll get gaslit. And then I'll worry that, does Dance Girl love me or not? That's what I'll worry. But whatever, you gotta figure it out. You gotta find out. And so I'm getting tired. I might go to bed soon. I might just, I kind of, I don't care if anyone's even watching anymore. I want Dance Girl to be watching. Spyro. Oh man, they made Spyro look like Brock Lesnar. This is a really nasty version of Spyro. Not currently available. Continue shopping. Yeah, I agree. This should not be available. Yuck. Oh, these are pre-order games. Yeah, I might just go to sleep. What I really want is to just... Oh, Crazy Taxi? World Tour? I already have that for Dreamcast. And I gotta be hotter. And Doom Dark Ages. I'd really love that game. Yeah, whatever. You're only someone to someone. I'm thinking of this one woman. I'm always so bored of her videos. I think, God, I hope I'm not like her. You know, I was feeling really petty and angry. I thought I didn't get my I love you yesterday. And I was thinking about violating Dance Girl's privacy and showing her fucking, I don't even want to say it now, and then putting her name as the title of the video and a fucking image of that as the thumbnail. And I thought, the people watching, they wouldn't even care. They'd be like, who's Dance Girl? I'd be like, it's Dance Girl. Aren't you mad at her? And they'd be like, we don't even know who that is. We don't even care. Like, no one even cares about this except you. And there's this one girl, and she's always talking about her gang stalker boyfriend who she hates, apparently. Now, I don't hate Dance Girl, but I mean, she's always complaining about this guy, and it's just like, who cares? Just clearly you like him, you idiot. And no one wants to hear you complain another fucking day about this guy, okay? And so I realized, you know, I was like, well, first of all, I was like, that would be very rude to Dance Girl, and you wouldn't do that. You're not the type of person who would do that. And second of all, Dance Girl didn't even piss you off. Even if she pissed you off, you're not the type of person who would do that, but she didn't even piss you off. She made you really happy. So you wouldn't do that either. And you wouldn't do that to brag either. There's some things you don't have to brag about. There's some things that you can allow just to be between you and Dance Girl, and you don't have to share it with the world. You know, it's not all just about your self-image. Maybe I'll play Hollow Knight. You know what? I always go back to MotoGP 17. It's really such a classic. And I'm like, thank God that I have Dance Girl. Like, thank God I have someone to hate. And, so to speak. You know, I don't hate Dance Girl, but thank God. Well, I feel supported by the society. There are many people who play a very significant role in my life. And fucking... Well, what's the point over here? The point is, if there are only 10 people watching this, well, that's okay. That's awesome. I'm like a celebrity in my living room. Like, I'm only a celebrity to my family. And, you know, my friends are my family, in a sense. My family and friends, only the people I like. That's what I'm trying to say. Only people I like, I care about. And so what really disturbs me about this girl, this woman, is she wears too much makeup. She doesn't have good lighting. She doesn't concern herself with good lighting. And I think she complains too much, really. All she ever does is complain. She's really smart. It's nice to listen to her, but I eventually stopped listening. I was like, all you're doing is getting angry. And I get it. Sometimes you need to hear that to validate yourself. I was like, I can't listen. I don't want to be in this atmosphere. I think I have a good vibe. I think I'm easy to talk to, easy to listen to. I'm I'm riding on pro. But anyway, you know, I have my self-esteem issues too. Even when I just said I'm riding on pro, I thought, who cares? Don't say that. People are going to be bored with that. And even if you said the right thing, you're kind of embarrassed of yourself to say it. You didn't have any confidence. You should have used more confidence. I was like, oh, gee, I'm sorry. Yeah, I beat up on myself a lot. I know we all do, but I do it extra. And I know we all do it extra, but I do it extra. Ad infinitum. However much you do it, I do it more. And if you do it more, I do it even more. And it fucking sucks. I'm getting better at not doing it though. It took a while before I could just be like here and look at you and be like, hello, I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm at peace. Can you feel it? Can you see I'm not faking it? I'm not putting on an act for you. It took me a long time to be able to do that. That's not a move you can fake. You can't just look at a camera for 20 seconds without being awkward, unless you're actually not awkward. You have to actually have the current of life flowing through you to be able to do that. If you're stagnant, you can't do that. That's why I'm the Gorilla Dick Daddy. That's an impossible thing to fake. You think it's simple. You think it's just like, it's no big deal. It's a big deal. Only a real daddy can do that. Okay? And I'm not joking. Only a real daddy can do that. And, you know, I can fucking do that. And it was fucking hard to get to that point. You know, and can I do it without Dance Girl's love? No. No, I cannot. I most certainly cannot. But here's the funny thing about that. What happens if Dance Girl doesn't love me? And you're the Gorilla Dick Daddy still. And you're only the... No, I think she does love me. But you think she loves you, but she doesn't. She's actually like, I was giving you signs that I hate you last time you went to Walmart, but you just didn't see it. Well, just the fact that I believe she loves me makes me the Gorilla Dick Daddy. But, you know, that's not really my point. I was trying to make some other point. I was like, because I love her, really. Or, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that because I'm doing my best, you know, like, supposing she's gonna poison me. She's like, I actually don't love you, but I'm gonna poison you, and you're gonna die. I would still be the Gorilla Dick Daddy right up until the point I die, because I wouldn't know that she's doing that. In my mind, I'd be playing it like Fleetwood Mac, like, it's only right that you would play the way you feel it. I'm playing it the way I feel it, and that makes me the Gorilla Dick Daddy. And if someone tricks me, that's on them. So, you know, really, it's because Dance Girl loves me, but in another sense, it's because I'm being the best version of myself that I can be. And so, like, that's the true way that I have this energy. And so I'm like, yeah, it depends on Dance Girl, but that's only because Dance Girl's my girlfriend, and I'm doing my best to be a good boyfriend to her. So it kind of depends on me. Like, I have to be a good person to be that silverback gorilla dick daddy. To give me that really fucking gorilla dick daddy energy. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I just feel fucking on fire right now. I'm like on fucking fire. And, you know, I'm gonna stop saying the N-word because I don't want to lose more subscribers. I don't know why I keep losing subscribers, but I'm like, I don't know what it is. So, fucking, you know, I like to call myself the N-word and to call you the N-word. And I'm like, I guess people don't like that because I keep losing subscribers. So whatever, you know. Instead of that gorilla dick N-word, I'm that gorilla dick daddy. That's fine. This is the same thing. I call women dude sometimes. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to be able to go for a fucking bike ride because I can't even wear my helmet with my headphones. Unless I order a new cord. But I haven't even got the thing. I can't believe how long the video's been going on for. I haven't even got the thing. I have this like new people who are making a specially custom made cord for my Bose headphones. And I waited a month to email them back, and so I think they're taking a while to tell me about if they can do it. They have to make like a special cord for me. They sent me some pictures of what they had, and I was like, that won't work. You have to do it even more custom. But my meditation is going very good right now, and I think that's because I am moving towards action. Like Osho says that you have to have 50% action, 50% meditation. And I hope I didn't piss off the Indians with what I said tonight. Okay, I really like the Indians. I mean, I don't know what to say. Osho had sannyasins in India too. So, fucking, I don't know what to say. And Indians are probably my favorite race. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I like Indians, I like blacks, I like Italians, I like Viet Thais. I like the Iranians. I don't know if Iranians are Indians, but I really like the Iranians. And I like the Jews. Strangely enough, I like the whites too. I mean, I guess it's not strange, but I do like the whites. I don't know what white even means. Does it mean German? Does it mean like Polish? Does it mean Canadian? Is Canadian a race? I like the Canadians. I like you Canadians, Well, I'm Canadian. I mean, I think I'm from Jerusalem. And then on my mom's side, I'm from Russia and I don't know where else. Well, fucking, what were we talking about again? I don't know. Something about going to bed. So worst case scenario, wake up tomorrow, there was a break-in. I'm groggy and drugged. I go outside, I get vehicular assaulted, and then I get really ambiguous signs. Something about the Indians I was talking about. Yeah. Who are my favorite races? Well, you know, we have to choose what race we're going to adopt. Never mind. It's too. It's like I don't. That's too much to talk about right now. But I was thinking, Dance Girl wears green, and I wear red and brown and black, and a black baby would go well with every color, and a white baby not so much. You know, a Viet Thai baby, we could get a Japanese. That would be a very smart baby. They'd be good at math. We can homeschool them and teach. I was pretty good at math. We'd have to teach them a lot of nonsense. You know, there'd be curriculums involved. Dance Girl's already a nanny, so she'd be into that. And no one would ever destroy their intelligence. We would have a bona fide genius. School destroys your intelligence. Our baby would not have their intelligence destroyed unless they wanted it. You know, if they wanted to go to school, we'd put them in Montessori school or in public school if they wanted. You know, Travis went to public school, but his brother went to a special one. Travis skipped a grade, and he said school ruined him. School was pretty bad for me too. Pretty bad teachers. And the baby might be a TI. It might be a hybrid. You know? Now what about the Polish? Osho says that the way a Polish person works is that they bet you that they can make love to 20 women in 1 hour. And was that a Polish person or someone else? Well, when they only get to 10, they say, it worked earlier today in the practice run through. And then he says also, a Polish person will bet you $100 that he can jump head first with his hands tied behind his back off a 10-story building and survive. And when he does it, he lands on his head and he gets up and you're shocked. And you're like, how did you do that? And he says, I don't even know, but I'm surprised at how much it hurts. And then he just gets up and he walks away. So I'm not sure we're supposed to adopt a Polish baby. But whatever. You know, there's exceptions to every rule. Now, what about a German? You know, they have really good engineering. We know they make good cars. Okay, they make Mercedes, they make Volkswagen. Well, it's not a Honda. Who makes a Honda? I'll bet it's a Japanese. We know he's Asian. Is a Honda a Chinese or a Japanese? We don't think it's a Japanese. I'm going to say it's a classic Chinese. Or is it someone else? Well, I know I've heard a story about Honda from Tony Robbins. Yeah, okay, where is the guy who made Honda cars from? His name is Komyo Village. Japan. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't mind getting a Japanese. My vote would be an Indian and a Japanese. Yeah. They're skinny like us. Yeah, I think, you know, the Indian has what kind of, they'd both be intelligent. Now, or would we want power? We can go for a black and we can get someone who's really strong. Well, it wouldn't, these things, you know, you say, well, black people commit more crime. It's actually not true. You'd actually get, the amount of crime is committed by the socioeconomic status. Black people actually don't commit more crime. So by that standard, we can say that black people are subjugated and therefore they're less smart than a Japanese. So if we had a black, we could get them really strong. We can get a really strong person, plus we can make them as smart as a Japanese. But then it's like, well, why don't we get a Viking? Why don't we get a Norwegian? Like, what's the point of having someone really strong? Is it even, like, in a certain sense, who even cares? And would you sacrifice one for the other? Like, do you have, like, what about Bane? You know, he's really strong. Now, Sam Hyde, he said that someone who's more likely to obfuscate, I don't know the word, obfuscate the truth about the Holocaust. He said someone who would do that, it would be more likely the Riddler. Count Chocula would not lie about the Holocaust, but the Riddler might. And so I asked Google AI, I said, who's more likely to tell me lies about the Holocaust, Count Chocula or the Riddler? And it said the Riddler, easily. Now, where is he from? Ireland? Is he? Where do red hair people come from? You know, would we want an Irish baby? They would get drunk and get in bar fights. You know, what about an Iranian? You know, they're really fucking, they're warriors. You know, skinny guys fight to the end. And now, are Iranians skinny? Well, I know a fat Iranian. I don't. I mean, what about the Swedish? Get a Swedish? They're very beautiful. And what do you think about a beautiful person? Well, you know, they don't have their own opinions, and they're expensive. Typically, you know, of course there are exceptions to every rule. But a Dane? What kind of person is a Dane? A Dane is a very passive person. Tall poppy syndrome. You know, everyone in Denmark is very flimsy, very passive. They're not going to put up much of a fight. Okay, they're not like a Torontonian. A Torontonian is like, fuck you. No, fuck you. But they're even worse than that. They're like, it's my fault, sorry. You know, they're like, I don't want to talk to you, so I'm going to say it's my fault just to not talk to you. Toronto is the most unfriendly city in Canada. That's why apparently, a whole bunch of people who are into game, they learn in Toronto. Because if you could do it in Toronto, you could do it anywhere. The garbage just fell over outside. It's always falling over. I don't know if that's a person or a raccoon. I think it's a person. Sorry, no, I mean, I think it's a raccoon. I think it's a raccoon. But it could be a person. They could be like, you're talking racist. Well, I'm trying to factor in all the races too. All the races here. So, but my bets, you know, my choice are, I'd like a Japanese. I'd like a fucking, I wouldn't mind a white. Or I'd like an Indian. Or I'd like, you know, you can get a mix. You can mix them too. Oh, I'm sure we can get a mix. What about, we could get like, if we adopted two, we could get like 10 races in two. We can get 5 races in one. What about a half Japanese, half Indian? And a half black? What about a half black, half Japanese? I have in my family a half Indian, half white. And that's a good combo. What about half black, half Japanese? Have the finesse of a Japanese and the strength of a black. Or, yeah, that would be one. And then half Swedish, half, I don't know, Irish? Who do we know who's Irish? Mike's dad. You know, what about a Latino? Latinos are nice. But, you know, you don't want to make it like a fetish here. Okay? I think of Latinos as Latin lovers. But maybe that's not fetishistic. You know, it's maybe you want someone who's a lover. You know, not to violate the social rules of society, but, you know, lovers are people too. Yeah. I mean, someone asked Osho, what do you say to us Latin lovers? The question was so point blank. Now, I'm a Latin lover. I really am. And or Portuguese would be nice. But, people in Portugal are nice. Osho said to the Latin woman, he said, watch when you have sex. There should be 4 people having sex, even though there's only 2. Your bodies are 2 people, but then become the witness. And witness is a separate entity. And then after the sex is over, keep watching, because you're going to go into a valley orgasm, which is the refractory period. But treat that with respect as well. Treat that with worship. And remember to remain separate from it. Remain the witness. And that's your ticket to God. That your biology has within it the entire timeline, the entire transformation. So a Latin, yeah, that would be good. What about someone from Sicily? What about someone from Budapest? What if we want someone beautiful? Well, you know, everyone is whitewashed. So it doesn't, and it's not whitewashed, it's just everyone is a mix now. And yeah, what are the benefits of having a beautiful person? Someone who's excessively beautiful. They're going to be stupid and retarded. But they're going to have extremely high self-esteem. But they're also going to be low self-esteem, because their self-esteem is going to be dependent on how they're treated. And they might take it for granted. I mean, obviously we know that some people remain beautiful their entire lives. But that's extremely rare. That's as rare as someone who becomes more intelligent their entire life. Most people become less intelligent after age 20, and they keep becoming less intelligent for the rest of their lives. And every child knows this. Every child knows very literally that their parents are stupid, and it's not a joke. And that's because most people die by age 20. So if we get a very beautiful baby, they're going to perhaps have a lot of attention that they don't feel they've earned, that just came by their genetics, and then they will take it for granted, and they will eat too much pizza, and they'll get too out of shape, and they'll lose their beauty, and then they won't even have a good personality. So, you know, I don't know what to say. We could screen for pairs, but that might not be everyone's thing. I think typically it is. I think if you were to rate people for good lookingness, a pear would rank higher. But my cousin, she's like, I hate pears. They're disgusting. She's like, they're so fucking gross. Some people like fucking pumpkin people, apple gainers. Some people like apple gainers. I'm like, I don't know how you could ever like an apple gainer. That's absurd. But you know who like, and my cousin is an apple gainer herself. I'm like, the only way you could like an apple gainer is if you're a pear. So ultimately it doesn't really matter. You couldn't say, well, get a pear and then, you know, and even if that'd have to be a girl, but even as a guy, you could be a pear, I guess. But supposing it's a girl, then you'd have to say, what do you have to say? I forget. You'd have to say that she would have high self-esteem, because no matter how fat she gets, that she'll always look good. So she'll always be treated good by people. But then the thing that ruins her self-esteem in the first place is that she never felt like she deserved it. So, you know, it kind of gives what it takes to adopt a Budapest person. You know, I don't really know how it'd work for a guy. You know, what are you supposed to be as a guy? Are you supposed to have skinny legs? I mean, typically guys have skinnier legs than women. Now, what about just a Russian? Or, you know, I'd almost want to do it, just pick it out of a hat. Just say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I really don't care. One I don't want is a Dutch. I can't stand the Dutch with those fucking clog shoes. And I don't want to say that Dutch people are bad, but my grandma met a Dutch person once, and she's like, I can't stand the Dutch people. And I'm like, I have a feeling I don't like the Dutch. Because, you know, my grandma says they're not good, so I don't like the Dutch. So we can't have Dutch people. Okay? Now you might say, well, that's racist. Well, they're white, so you can't be racist against white people. Okay, I can't stand the Dutch. One thing it can't be is a Dutch. What about a Canadian? And why would you even give a baby up for adoption in the first place? Why wouldn't you just get it aborted? I don't get it. Like, you think you're being compassionate? You're like, yeah, the world is at war and I can't take care of a baby, so I'll just have it anyway. I mean, like, why would you do that? Now, would they have to move out of the house when they're 16? Would they have to pay rent? And will we adopt a boy or a girl? Probably you'd want both. You'd want one of each. No, they would live with us forever. Or they'd move out. They would move out. They would be well-adjusted people. They'd probably be gang stalked. But who knows? They might be TIs and gang stalkers, or they might just be gang stalkers. But who would have more influence? I mean, I'm pretty daddy. You'd have a hard time overriding me. But, you know, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, you would easily... Dance Girl would be the mother, and the father doesn't exist. You know? But, I don't know. Like, I had a lot of influence from my dad. But I met him when I was, like, 20. And he was the first man who I trusted, who I met in real life. Osho was the first man who I heard of, who I trusted. Now, I trusted my cousin Alex, but I thought of him as a boy. Because he never fucked Gash. But I trusted him. Like, he was like my friend. Like, I loved him. But he was never like, you know, he never had, well, there was my Uncle Jeff too. And he's had, his girlfriends are, I would have had sex with every single one of his girlfriends. People have noted in our family that that he consistently has good-looking girlfriends. And yeah, I guess you know, I did trust Jeff, and I actually do trust Jeff. Yeah, Jeff is cool. Yeah, Jeff is cool. When I was like 14, he was like, "You want a joint?" You know, and my grandma, when I was like, I don't know, around the same age, she's like, you know, how much beer do you want? You know, do you want to invite the girls over and get drunk? When you want to get drunk with some girls when you're 14? Well, guess whose house you can have? You can have mine. And guess where I'm going to be? Not there. I'll be not there. And you know what will be there in my place? Beer. You want to get drunk with some girls when you're 14 and drink some beer? Here you go. You know, she's like fucking cool. And then my mom, I have a girl over when my mom is out at the movies, and she comes home early and she's like, "Get this girl out of the house. Get this girl out of the house." Like, I'm like, oh my God. And my mom's like driving her home with me in the back seat. My mom's like, "Why are you wearing shorts? It's like winter time and I'm coming out of my room with this girl." I'm like, "Oh yeah, she just got here." And she's like, "Why are you wearing shorts?" She's all upset. And I'm like, "Ian, you should be," you know, afterwards she bought condoms and she's like, "You know, I'm going to put these in the drawer." I was like, "That's what you should have been doing the whole time," you know? And then finally I asked her, you know, because I had this girlfriend in high school, like a little while later, who was kind of a bitch. She came to visit me in Denmark. She was a real tease. She would just grind on me, try to make me come, but she'd never fuck me. And then she'd tell me how she fucked her boyfriend. You know, she was a religious freak. And, well, I said to my mom, like, I really want you to give me the house to have this girl over. Like, will you just leave the house for a while so I can have her over? And my mom was like, no. Like, it was like such an argument. And I'm like, well, like, why wouldn't you do that for me? It's like, it's not a big deal. But whenever I'd have a girl over, you know, it would cause like a big problem. And then now she has her boyfriend over. I'm like, what's the deal with that? You know, I don't even get it. Her and her boyfriend spend the night in bed. You know, why can't I spend the night in bed with a girl? And then when Din Venom's ex-pig was with me, then she allowed that. So I guess that was different or something. Like, we were going to buy a house in the Kaufman Lofts or something. Some place down by the bus station. Like a loft. We were going to buy a loft. I'm glad we didn't. That would have been horrible. That would have been the worst thing ever. God, that would have been terrible. Well, she was dishonest. She was very kind. She wasn't mean like Dance Girl. She would never be mean to you. She'd never do something intentionally to hurt you. But she was extremely spineless and lying. And when you have someone like that, you can never trust them. You can never trust them. My dad remarked, she's spineless. She's shameless and spineless. And she has bad teeth. He's like, her teeth are fucked up. She has scary teeth. And I was looking at her on acid once, and it was like her teeth were melting out. I was like, oh. I was like, if you saw how scary you look to me right now, you'd be freaked out. But, you know, I feel bad if she's listening. I wouldn't want to be mean to her. You know, she's a very sweetheart. Very sweetheart. But she's someone who hurts you really badly unintentionally. She's like, well, I didn't mean to. Didn't want to hurt you by telling you the truth. So therefore, lying to you is my ethical duty. I wonder if Dance Girl has ever had her heart broken. Maybe she has by me. Maybe I'm the first one who broke her heart. That would be nice. Well, I wouldn't intentionally break Dance Girl's heart. I've never intentionally hurt her. But it gives you depth to know what that's like. I can't believe how long this video is. But I'm lonely, okay? I'm just talking here. I got one day when the power goes out and we're selling our family members for gasoline. We're gonna wish that we had the ability to do this. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. Ooh. No more cookies left. Ate all the cookies. Damn it. No more cookies left. Oh, potatoes. Yeah. How much potatoes? Do you know how fucked up I was yesterday? I fucking wasted food. I was so mad at being, like, assaulted. I made some of my favorite food, and I left it on the counter overnight. And I don't do that. Like, I'm not a person who wastes food. And it was some of my favorite food, too. So now I'm eating potatoes. Pretty boring.
Actually, that food is still in the cast iron pan. That should really be washed. I normally wash the pan right away. But just plain butter and potatoes are so fucking good. The thing is, if we homeschool our kids, they'll never be retarded. Like, the only job of school is to break the intelligence. It's to destroy the intelligence. And someone like Flesh Simulator, he's retarded too, though. But you can see how smart he is. He can build an energy weapon. He did. He builds homemade weapons. Like assault rifle type stuff. And he's homeschooled. He's a targeted individual. His girlfriend's a gang stalker. Emotionally, though, he's not intelligent. But he did a collaboration with Sam Hyde. But our kid would be way smarter than us if we homeschool them, because we've been destroyed by school. There was one time, though, I wonder, when I got my e-bike, that, well, I don't know. Never mind. I thought Dance Girl skipped school to gang stalk me while I was taking my e-bike out for the first time. And I thought if she did that, it would prove that she doesn't really care about school. She doesn't really like school. Now maybe that's normal. Like, maybe most people don't like school and think school sucks and will skip school for any reason at all. But to me that's very good. If someone doesn't like school, that's a very good sign that that person is wise. But if Dance Girl went to public school as a child, she will have her intelligence destroyed by that. As mine was, as Travis's was, as anyone who goes to public school, their intelligence is destroyed. Montessori school, not so much. And homeschool, kind of. But you have to train your kids based on a curriculum that the government still decides if you do homeschooling. But you at least can do it in a better way. My uncle's kid is homeschooled. You know, he's really good at guitar. Now, knowing Dance Girl, they would actually want to be homeschooled, because she'd have them. You know what people would say about Dance Girl? They'd say she just is totally has those kids wrapped up in her little finger. Like, she's like she's a helicopter mom. That's what they'd say. She's completely there on everything they're doing, and they have no life outside of her. That's what they'd be saying. And they'd say those kids want to go to school, but they just don't know it. You know, they give them the choice. And, you know, I would just be fucking, you know, my nickname would be Uncle Bad Touch. I wouldn't be doing fatherly things in terms of, like, telling them how to live. You know, all you really need to do for a child is to love them. So I wouldn't be like, your mom has mental issues and she's trying to keep you to vicariously live through you, and that's why she wants you to be homeschooled. So you should probably go to public school. I'd probably say, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Has nothing to do with me. Why are you talking to me for? I'm playing video games. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. I'm the gorilla. I'd probably be more I'd probably just call myself the gorilla daddy. I'd probably say, you think the gorilla daddy has time for you? What am I, wearing women's panties? Could you imagine having a kid and you're like changing their diaper and you know that TSD is watching? And he's like, okay, now I'm going to assault them. Do you think there are people in town who have kids who TSD has assaulted? Can you imagine how that takes things to the even next level? Do you know how fucking insane I would be if I had a kid and TSD is fucking with them? If I was like gang stalkers with kids and I had a handler breathing down my neck, I'd be like, I'm gonna get a fucking pipe bomb and blow your fucking house up, and I'm gonna kill myself and kill you right now. Like, I'd be fucking nuts. Like, I'd be fucking crazy as fuck. I'd be like fucking insane. But maybe not, maybe not. But because what can you do? But that takes things to another level. You can feel it when someone fucks with your cat. You're like, wow. You're like, wow. But anyways, I'm really liking a Japanese and an Indian. I think that would be good. Good combo. Well, to some extent, you're like that with your family. You're like that with your mom. You're like that with anyone, really. And then it's so egregious when people are like, I can do it to your family, but you can't do it to mine. It's like, well, who made you in charge? The government. Who made them in charge? Their weapons. The weapons they stole from Tesla. The weapons they stole from people. The money they just stole from people, and that's how we have it. We actually stole money, and now we're terrorists who have hijacked the society. And we haven't earned any of this. This isn't based on populism or merit. We're literally terrorists who have stolen the money and stolen the weapons, and that's how we do it. And that's why we could do it to you, but you can't do it to us. And if you do it to us, we're fucking outraged. We're like, but we're different. You're not allowed. We've designated ourselves as the rulers, and we've designated you as the slaves. It's your job to be slaves because that's what we told you are. Duh. That's the purpose we've given you. We know it's true because we said it. We know it's true that you're a slave because we told you are. And might is right. I'm like, okay. I feel like Neo in The Matrix when he meets the architect. And he's like, if I were you, I would hope that we don't meet again. But maybe you have more to live for too. You have a kid and you see they depend on you. When you have a mom or something, you're like, yeah, I'm a baby. I depend on you.
you might depend on me too. It's only recently I've thought it'd probably be pretty rude to your mom and to your cousin and even to some other people to get euthanized. Okay, what about, you probably wouldn't want to do it. It'd probably be pretty bad. And what was I talking about again? If you have a kid, it's different. Then you're like, they need me. You can't. Oh yeah. Then you're like, well, if I were to, do a murder suicide on whoever fucks with you, then you're left without me. I have too much to live for. I can't afford that. And they know that too. They take away your weapons and then they use every leverage they have. I don't think it's cool that the government shouldn't take away your weapons. I don't think that's right. There are probably a lot of people who would do murder-suicides if they had the ability to. And the world would probably be a much better place for it. Obviously, if people take away your weapons, it's because they plan on doing crimes that the natural reaction to that would be a murder-suicide. Given all the laws and the unfairness of the world, and how the more stupid and terrible you are, the more power you have, that the higher your rank, the more of an imbecile you are, and everybody knows it except you. There could be no other reason to take away people's weapons than to do things that they would kill you for if they could. So I think it's really immoral to take away people's weapons. Personally, I think the more mentally ill you are, the more you should have weapons, because you're only mentally ill because people have abused you in the first place. And if you had a whole bunch of weapons, probably you'd get pretty mentally well pretty quickly. And all the people who do bad things with weapons and punish the wrong people indiscriminately, they're all fucking cranked up on SSRIs, and they're all tortured and gang stalked. There are handlers who try. I'm sure there are handlers obviously who don't provoke people into that. But it wouldn't be hard. I mean, if you human traffic someone, you can poison them, you can drug them on anything. You could do anything to them. And you could make them react however you want. It's odd, I don't get the hate, when there's school shooters and everyone's like, well, fuck you, burn in hell. It's like, don't you know that this person is being MK Ultra'd? Like, do you think it absolves you of responsibility? Like you're like drugging them. You're like raping them, you're drugging them, you're torturing them. And you're telling them that it's someone else's fault. Like, you could have exclusively Jewish people torture someone And your goal could be that they shoot up a Jewish place. Or if you want to do some racist thing, you can have exclusively black people torture a white person. And they have no idea what's happening. And you could rape them every night. You could drug them, put them on 300 milligrams, put them on the legal limit of antipsychotics, make them completely insane. Gas them, put all sorts of conflicting drugs in them, and then just have someone give them a gun and say, yeah, guess who it was? Guess who's your enemy? It's these people. And then the people on the peanut gallery, they're like, how could you do it? And it's like, it's you who did it. The media, they're like, how could this happen? It's like, it's you did that. Why are you even acting surprised? Why would you even judge the person? If it's really their fault, then tell everyone what you did. Tell them you falsified their medical records and did medical malpractice and false diagnosed them and gave them wrong medication and human trafficked them and fucked them when they were a kid and when they're an adults by raping them and etc. And you abused them and you fucking hit them in the head with a pole or something, and you did it over and over. You intentionally caused car accidents with them. You had everyone in their life who they trusted fuck them over, and then you had them hate a certain group of people that you deliberately intended for your narrative, that you wanted them to hate a certain race because it would help your voting campaign, because it would help someone's campaign. It would help someone get elected or something. Tell them that you orchestrated a mass shooting using drugging someone and terrorizing them as your scapegoat, because it's their fault, right? I'm like, that's insane. That would be like putting someone in a mental institution and torturing them and then waiting till they freak out and then blaming them. I don't know how people can sleep at night. And they're like, yeah, it's just, we need more mental health professionals. Like, who are you kidding? Who are you befooling? What's wrong with you? Like, don't you face God on your own? Like, don't you have any moment of clarity looking in the mirror? Aren't you embarrassed of yourself? Don't you feel ashamed or like any bit of humanity? Any bit of logic? Or are you just looking to cause as much harm as you can and scapegoat it, project it onto someone else? Like this guy, Trevor Lapierre. He lives down the street. He killed an old man down the street from our house. He hit him in the face with a rock. He was on ketamine. He was probably gang stalked. And now he's in a fucking mental ward for probably forever. But why is he doing ketamine? He's being tortured. I don't know. Maybe he's just mental. I don't know. He was gang stalked. But I mean, if he was mental plus gang stalked, and he killed a gang stalker, to him, that would make sense. He'd say this guy is fucking following me. Why is he doing this? Oh, I just took some ketamine. I think he tried to cut off his thumb. That's how crazy this guy was. He tried to cut off his own thumb, I think. I heard that from someone who told me he does ketamine. Or cat tranquilizers or something. But I mean, if you force someone to do ketamine who wouldn't otherwise do it through torturing them, didn't you cause that? And he's probably sitting, just hypothetically, He's probably sitting in the mental ward, slowly coming to the realization, oh my God, I killed a guy. And he probably doesn't even know. He probably doesn't even know that he was being set up. You know, he used to spike his hair up. He did one spike. Like Alfalfa, or one of those movie characters. You know, that's really weird. You know, that's an awkward, eccentric, kind of weird thing to do. That's a very vulnerable person who does that. That's a vulnerable... When you torture a vulnerable person, it's illegal to torture people and to human traffic people because they'll do fucked up things. If it's fucked up to do that to them, it's going to cause them to do fucked up things to other people. So you can't just pass the buck. And he had a retarded brother named Calvin who still walks around sometimes. And he said, you don't know how happy it makes Calvin when you are nice to him. You know, Trevor was a good person. I wouldn't like it if I found out he was gang stalked. My grandma wrote his parents a letter, and she said, don't blame yourself. Like, they were trying to put him in the mental hospital and they couldn't. But he's a thin-skinned person. Let's just take it as a hypothesis that he was gang stalked. When you do that to a thin-skinned person, you're going to get a bigger reaction. I mean, look how I reacted. I think I'm, you know, not doing ketamine. But I reacted pretty extreme. Arguably, I reacted in a way that got me gang raped, or something to that effect. Maybe they tried to kill me. I remember feeling fucked up that night. Really fucked up. I was like, did I drink something? I was thinking before that, I was like, I think I got poisoned. Or I don't know if it was emotional or what it was. Or if I felt something was going to happen, but I felt like just super fucked up. That was the first night TSF started following me on my side of town. But I was fucked up before then too. But, you know, that was about when it was. Well, I pulled through. You know, I came back. That was difficult. I almost didn't make it. A lot of people don't. You know, I kept thinking about Lindsay. I was like, well, you killed Lindsay, so you deserve it all. You got to go through it now. You got to go through having every last person betray you. Every single one. And you got to live only by your own strength. When the whole world hates you, and it's never going to change. I was like, okay. I was like, I got God. I was like, no, you don't. God hates you too. And so does Osho. You got no one. You got the devil. The only person who likes you is the devil. And the only thing that you have going for you is you're not a hypocrite. Now, of course, I was gaslighting myself. And I really am a hypocrite. No, I'm joking. Of course, I was feeling evil. I was feeling like a really bad person. And I said, the only thing you have is that you admit you're a bad person. You admit you're a totally immoral psychopath. You're a monster. But hey, at least you're honest. At least you're the way God made you. What do you say to that? What does God say about you? You say, well, God, turns out I'm evil, but you made me this way. So what do you say about that? Turns out I'm the devil's child, not God's. And God hates me. Turns out that's the truth. Well, at least I'm the devil's child then. That's what I thought. And no, there's no pride in it. There's just a sense of, well, it's better than pretending otherwise. You know, it's pretty hard to admit that I'm a total rotten fuck up, unworthy of love, and deserving of hatred from everyone, that no one would ever love me again. Pretty hard to admit that. And pretty strangely illogical too, that why would any God create me? Why would God have created me? If I'm just an abomination, why would God have made me like this? I thought God was good. I thought God didn't make mistakes. Turns out I just didn't understand what was happening. Took a while. I didn't understand myself. And I was following God, actually. I was actually God's child. And God was testing me. He was saying, you have to play it honestly, even if it means going against me, even if it means hating me. That's not easy to do. No, I mean, you think, well, you know, my mom, yeah, no one's mom understands them. But my grandma, you know, even my grandma throws me to the wolves. Even my best friend, even everyone fucking hates me. You know, I lived a long time like that. You know, I imagine getting raped or you know, waking up with your ass fucked or something extremely traumatizing where you go to the fucking emergency room and your family is like they like sexually assault you. Then they like yell at you and then sexually assault you. And they're like, did you like your Coca-Cola? You know, you're like, I think someone poisoned my Coke that night, and then they get you Coke for Christmas. They're like, did you like your Coca-Cola? And you're like having a panic attack, and they're like, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital and get meds? Did I say something that fucked you up? And I'm like, no. You know, I'm like deathly scared. They're like, do you remember when you had a stroke when you were on meds last time? Do you remember when you sat down in Mr. Sub and you almost passed out? Do you need more meds? Do you want a drink, Frank? You look thirsty. No, I'm good. You sure? Maybe you want a drink. Oh, I'll get you your money. I know, Frank. But you look kind of thirsty. I made you a drink. Why don't you have a sip? Just have a little sip. Okay? I'm like fucking having panic attacks here. Not only that, but you're beloved too. The hottest girl in the world to you. The person you're in love with. She also is like, yeah, hey, what's up? Guess how I got your email? Just joking.
Anyway, I'm watching you in your house. I might kill you. I have a boyfriend. I'll never love you. You should kill yourself. I just wanted to tell you, you deserve love and I love you. Okay? I think of you when I fuck my boyfriend. When we watch. We watch you masturbate while we fuck. Anyway, have a good night. See ya. I'm like, I love you. I love you. I'm like, I really love you. She's like, yeah, I know. I see it on your face when I stalk you. You know, could you imagine? Like your whole family, your girlfriend, like the person you wanted to marry, the person you've been looking for since you were 13, after you got strangled by someone and like some guy chasing you to suck your dick. And the one girl you find who makes it okay, she's like, hey, guess what? Remember that guy when you were 13? It was me. You know what I mean? It was me. Do you get it? We're breaking the fourth wall here. Okay, remember all that shit that we're telling you you deserve to die because of? We're actually guilty of it. We're killing you for fun. But we won't say that. We want you to blame yourself. We want to tell you we're killing you for fun. And we want to blame you. And we want you to blame yourself. We want both of those things to be true. We want you to be insane. We want you to be literally insane. And imagine being a childlike, innocent person who trusts people. And that's what's being done to you. Where you're literally like a child. And then you're actually literally like a child. That you're regressed so much. That you're that helpless. And you're terrified and they just keep scaring you and getting off on it. Scaring you with a gun. With lots of fucking fucked up ways. So I was like, why would God make me? Why would God make any of this? This is totally fucked. And then I realized these people are asleep. You know, I'm not the gorilla daddy. I can't wake these people up. And I can't even survive them. And I pretty much, a lot of times, I just had Lindsay. I was like, well, I killed Lindsay, so this is what I get. This is what she went through. This is what I did to her. I was the last straw for her. And now all I have, everyone is the last straw, just over and over and over. So I don't know what happened. I was too scared. I didn't know how to kill myself. I was just, I was like, please bring me a gun. I'm actually like more scared to die. I actually don't know how to do it. Like, I'm actually like afraid I'm gonna do it wrong. Okay, I read about jumping off things, and it could be an hours long death if I don't die right away. Like it was like I couldn't even read about it because they would torture me so much. If I ever even read about it, they would increase the torture by like 10 times. And I was like, I have to keep it secret from them, and I don't even know how to plan it. I thought it doesn't really matter. You don't want to go into methods or something, but I was thinking about it. It's actually pretty scary. There's no humane way to do it that's legal. And the legal way also isn't humane, unless you go to Switzerland.
In Canada, to do it, they have to give you so much meds first. You have to go on meds that destroy your brain for a long time, and then they'll let you do it. And so I was like, that's too torturous. But I had these weird clues. Like, when I'm when I'm trying to die, why would they be punishing me for doing what they're telling me to? Like, they're telling me that I'm wrong for doing what they say? Like, what's up with that? Shouldn't they be happy? I didn't understand that. But then I just kept surviving. I had no other choice. I was too scared to die. I was like, I'm a coward. I was like, I'm a fucking coward. I can't do it. Well, I've seen 2 people try to OD, and I know 3 people, and I've watched someone die on cyanide, and it was ugly. And so, you know, it's like making all these snorting noises, and I'm like, I'm already crazy, so they won't give me a weapon, and that's too expensive anyway. And, you know, what am I going to do? Get a motorcycle, drive into a brick wall? Or, I mean, I guess that's not funny. I don't mean to laugh. Okay, that's not funny. But anyway, you know, when I found, you know, and then I found tanks of CO2 or something, tanks of nitrogen. But then they, you know, they wouldn't even give me those. You know, I needed to have some fucking serious physical illness or something. Canister of nitrogen, which is how they do it in Switzerland in a pod. They have a roller coaster somewhere too that kills you from the G-force. But anyway, that's not really what I want to go into. You know, I just kind of have a wandering mind here. I was too afraid to do it. I couldn't come up with a method. And so I just survived. And I kept being myself. I kept not censoring anything. Whatever I felt was right. I paid no attention to, is this going to get me arrested? Is this going to get me in trouble with society? Is my family reading this? Are my friends reading this? Does my whole family, does everyone know what I'm saying online? I was like, I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't care what any of you think of me. You could think I'm Hitler. You could think I'm Gacy. You could think I'm P. Diddy. You could think I'm fucking Jeffrey Epstein. I don't care one bit. I don't care one tiny bit. I was like, I'll never visit you in the hospital when you're old. I'll never go to your funerals. There's no one whose funeral I'll go to. There's no one who I'll visit in the hospital. There's no one who I like. There's nobody who I love. Fuck everybody. For a long time, this was my sentiment. Except for Todd. And, you know, I even wondered, does Todd even love me? I wondered that sometimes. I couldn't believe it when I wondered that. I was like, yeah, even Todd sucks. That's where the miracle happened. You know, Osho says that when you're authentic, you're going to have fights with every single person. And every possibility is you're going to die. The society will kill you. If you're not a hypocrite, they will poison you and they will kill you. But if you give it long enough, They'll see your authenticity. And that's what happened. And I became the real Gorilla Daddy. I was like, I'm the real Gorilla Daddy now. And I started I started recruiting a cult. I was like, now do you understand? One day, just like, now do you understand? Just enough things happen. You know, I'm fighting with Kayla and her mom. My mom was like, you're fucking crazy. And then finally my mom fights with Kayla's mom, or something with Kayla. I don't know, like, my mom has issues with them. And just one thing after another. And the gang stalkers who are trying to entrap me with sex crimes, after my own family sexually assaults me for what they believe is my doing sex crimes, then the gang stalkers trying to entrap me try to kill my family, try to kill us in a car accident, and they cover their license plate. And one thing after another happens like that. And after fucking countless times, I go, now do you understand? Now do you get it that I threatened Kayla because she thought she shot fireworks at our house, and that she told us she was going to do that? And that she never told her mom that she did that? So once, you know, it took a fucking long time. It was no joke. But I slowly won them over. I won over my cousin. I won over my mom. I won over my grandma. I won over my friend Nathan. All these people who weren't nice to me. Then they became nice to me again. And now I have a lot of people. And you know who was nice to me the whole time? Do you know who was the one person? Take a guess. It was Joanne. Joanne was my first girlfriend. Way back when. Joanne kept me going. I said, I know Joanne has always been loyal to me. And I always wanted to be part of her family. I always said, if I come back in another life, I want to be part of her family. I want to know what that's like. I put her above everyone. Above Brandon. Brandon was like the coolest guy at my school. He was like a bully too. I didn't like him. But Joanne was even higher than him. And I thought, Joanne understands. No one else understands, but Joanne does. I never even had to win her over. She was always here. I don't feel like that about her family. You know, I saw her husband walking a dog. I was like, yeah, you're just scared. I feel like you're scared of me. That's how I felt about him. And after I mouthed off Joanne, after I ignored her, Katie laughed. Like, it's really funny what you did. And I thought, you know, no, it's not. I had to give her that spacing. It's not just like a game. And Allie was a tryhard. And, but Joanne is first rate. So in the back of my mind, I said, fuck everyone. I have Joanne, so fuck you. I really said that. I was like, fuck everyone. I don't give a fuck what you all say. And then, I had slowly I started rebuilding my life again with people. And now I have lots of people. I have Ben Tan. I love these people. I have fucking Dance Girl. I have, there's probably like 20 people I like. And I'm different now. I don't need people to like me. Even Joanne, even if I made Joanne mad, it was one of the proudest moments of my life, making her mad. That's really something. I wouldn't do it again. But I mean, it did show that when she's mad at me, I'm still able to be a healthy person. That I needed her until I didn't. And now I don't need her anymore. But that's good. That's not like saying, screw you, Joanne. I don't need you, so I only opportunistically value you. It's not like that. It's like I'm the gorilla daddy now, whether you think I am or not. And you helped make me the gorilla daddy. When I was just the gorilla baby, I actually needed you. But now I'm the gorilla daddy, so I don't need you anymore. So that's why I had to get you really upset. So you could see you don't need me anymore too. And now we don't have to be reborn, because now we're part of the same family. So like before I was like, I have to be reborn into I have to literally be your kid in another life. Like I literally have to be in your womb. Or something like that. Like I have to know what it's like to be extremely close to you. I have to have like a very close relationship with you in the next life. And now I'm like, now I don't have to do that anymore. As far as I know, I don't even have to have another life after this, because my life is perfect at this point. And I know you're gonna say you just have bipolar and you're just in a mood. And tomorrow morning you're gonna be yelling at us that you're going to get euthanized if we don't shape up. I'm like, yeah, that's true. You could say that. But this right now is the real me. Right now, who I am right now is the real me. And when I eat fruit and I get my diet better, I'm the real me right when I wake up. I actually wake up as this version of myself. And eventually, if I get enough intensity, I can keep the real me while I sleep too. I've at least slept for an hour or two while meditating and while conscious, which is way different than lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is just a parlor trick. It's not spiritual at all. It's just a trick for magicians. And, you know, I really like these moments too. Like once I don't know what happens, but I kind of loosen up. It takes me a few hours, but if I just talk to the camera long enough, eventually I feel like I'm saying things that are meaningful and significant, even though I'm not saying anything at all, really. Just kind of free association talking. But I think I feel spiritual right now. And that's really the thing that I appreciate about these videos. And that's the thing I want to share with you. I feel like comfortable. I feel love, really. I feel love. I feel like if you could feel how it feels to be me, you would say that's a really good feeling. And therefore you like being here with me. You like watching this video. And it ties into what I was reading about that Osho said today, which is that you don't have to do anything for it. If you want to play the Game of Thrones with your body, like if you want to enjoy your body and enjoy sex, you're going to have to starve for sex, and then you're going to have to relieve your hunger for it. But then you can't just have sex all the time, or else you're not going to be hungry for it. So you have to work within polarities. But for your soul, that's just your state of being, and there's nothing you have to do for it. I mean, that's just your state of isness. I wonder if isness and business have some relation. But that's how I feel extra good right now, is there's nothing I'm talking about. Like earlier on when I started making the video, I wasn't just feeling contented within myself. I was still feeling like I was reaching towards Dance Girl, like I had something. I was like, Dance Girl needs to love me, or else I guess I'm gonna get euthanized in 35 months. Sorry, Dance Girl, you better love me more. Or so, you know, something like that. And I'm in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, what are you saying? Like, what are you even saying? You're such a nutcase. Like, you're totally nuts. You know, what are you acting on? The 35% you don't trust her, or the 65% you do? Because it seems like you're saying you trust her mostly, but then you're going back to that 35% and you're kind of reacting on that. And that's crazy. You know, and then it's seeming that it's not really that I'm trying to be crazy. It's just that I'm crying out for help in a stupid way. Like a self-saboteur. It's like a tragic and suicidal cry for help. Hey, I love you, but fuck you, and fuck you, you never like me, fuck you. Okay, fuck you, but I love you, come back, please. And it's like, how is she supposed to take that? Like, you're acting as crazy as her. I'm just joking. But you're acting fucking crazy over here. And why are you acting crazy? Because you don't have the light within yourself, and you're trying to get it from someone else. And that is crazy. And so anything you do to try and do that is crazy. And it does come out as crazy because it doesn't make any sense. You can't transfer enlightenment. And enlightenment is the only thing you're looking for. You're not looking for love. You're not looking for fucking romance. You're looking for enlightenment. And that's the thing that lets you have romance. Otherwise, you're just needy. Otherwise, you don't have a better base. Like, if sex is the highest thing you know, then sex is very painful to you. Because obviously you can be rejected. Obviously, you can only have so much sex before you get burnt out. before it becomes masturbation, before it becomes not special at all. And we've all had that, where we've had, you know, a pig who's so hot that it hurts. And then after a while, you're like, you know, just, I have to bust one more nut in you. Oh my God, I can't do it. It's too much. You know? It's like you have to get into cockhead torture then. You have to start doing nutty role-playing stuff. I don't know. You know? But if sex is the highest thing you know, which it is if you're not spiritual, then you're at a loss. Then you're gonna have pleasure and pain that are the same amount of pleasure as there is pain. And you're trying to win the game, but you can't. You're trying to arrange it so everything is up and nothing's down, and you can't do it. There's no possible way. You're stuck in duality, as they say. And then, so if you really wanted to have a relationship, you would have to be enlightened. There's no other way. You'd have to move towards inside of yourself. And you find the light within yourself. And so that's like the fucking thing. That's the thing, that the more you have it, like the more I talk, and I get out of my lower rungs. I get out of like the sex energy, which keeps me in bondage, and I go to a higher dimension. And that higher dimension, and it includes sex. I can still have sex in that higher dimension, but it's not like, you know, I was fucking Sub-Zero, and she's like, I love you. She's like drunk, and she's like, I love you. I do. I swear I love you. And I'm like, in a higher dimension, I'm like, yeah, obviously. Like, we wouldn't be having sex if we didn't love each other. Like, I never told her I love you, but I was like, yeah, like, of course I love you. Like, it should be self-evident that I love you, you know? I'm your boyfriend. Like, obviously I love you. But she was stuck in sex. You know, she still had substance abuse problems. She was, like, going to rehab and stuff. She didn't have a higher dimension. But I was on a higher dimension. I was like, you know, this isn't a big deal to me. Now, mind you, she didn't have very wide hips. And so I was able to, you know, someone with, you know, wider hips could have, you know, and, you know, it depends on their face too. You know, Kat had a good face. But I mean, someone with wider hips could have pulled me down into sex more. So I never was really that, you know. But even with Chelsea, I was on a higher dimension with her too. You know, that's when I found God. And I don't know what to say. But I like our company. I like our time together here. At the beginning of the night, the theme of the video was, come on, dance girl. You gotta fuck me. You gotta love me. I swear I'm worth it. Come on, dance girl. And now I'm just like, hello, everybody. I'm like, welcome, everybody. I have some presents for you. I hope you like it. I like it. It's the only thing I can share. Whatever I say doesn't even matter. I just want you to know who I am.
which is the Gorilla Dick Daddy. You know? And then from this perspective, talking to Dance Girl is a lot of fun. You know, talking about keeping her in a cage and all that, and then getting a boner. From the perspective of my spirit self, it changes the entire dynamic of sex. Sex becomes playful. It's like, instead of just needing to come, it's like there's no need to come at all. It's like, why would I do that? That's crazy. There's no need. I can still have everything without it. Except for one thing, the come down. If I want to come down, then I need it. But if I don't want to come down, I don't need it. And you'd be surprised. You think you want to go higher and higher forever, but you'd be surprised. You actually like the come down. You think you like those altitudes? Being super fucking high? You equate it with drugs. You say, no, we don't like being super high. Maybe on a party, you know, on a Saturday night, we'll take a heroic dose of mushrooms. But you wouldn't want to be high like that all the time. Well, why not? You don't want to be high all the time on mushrooms because they increase your sensitivity, but on other levels, they make you more stupid. But what about if you're that high without the mushrooms? And it doesn't make you more stupid. You just have increased sensitivity. Would you want to be that high all the time then? Well, no, it's just too much. But why? Because you're lonely at the top? I don't know. Because you're unrelatable then. You're not ketogenic. You're not eating butter. You know, you run on electricity. You make electricity out of carbohydrates. And you're not eating butter. You're making a lot of electricity. You're very bright. You're extremely bright. And how do people react to that? Does being more bright make you more well-liked? No. Does having nice breasts and a curvy physique make you more popular in South Korea? No. Makes you an outcast. Does being Jesus Christ make you well-liked? No, it makes you murdered. Does being beautiful make you well-liked? No, it makes you human trafficked. Does being interesting make you have a better life? No, it makes you on a CIA watch list. You know, I listen to the same song all the time. I thought the camera turned off. I think I could change it though. I never brush my teeth. I really gotta brush my teeth. I'll probably brush them tonight. Now, would I actually put my toothbrush up Dance Girl's butt and brush my teeth with it? Depends how long I don't jack off for.
Well, Google AI says not to do that. It says you shouldn't put bristles up your butt in case one of the bristles falls out. Yeah, so I don't know what to say about that. I wouldn't put a toothbrush up my own ass, and had Google AI not said to not do that, I would have done that. But not with my polyester bristle brushes. I would just use a nylon bristle. But I really would have. You wouldn't believe what I've fucked my dick hole with. You wouldn't want to know. But I've told you, I know. I know you probably know. God damn it. This fucking motorcycle gang is so hard. I turned off the air braking and the, I turned it on pro. So all the help you get, I don't get any of that. But it's not a very powerful bike, so it's pretty easy to ride on this bike. But I kind of miss the powerful one. The thing is, when you have the air braking on, it's difficult to pass the other riders because you go so slow. You try and speed up and you can't do it because it's already air braking for you. But if you have it on pro with the fastest motorcycle, you can easily go from 20th place to 5th place in like 1 minute, or like fucking 10 seconds even. But the thing is, you'll never do it because as soon as you make the turn, you're gonna fall. And then you're like tapping the fucking gas. You have to hold the gas so steadily, and you don't even know the rate. It's impossible. You'd really need a steering wheel and a gas pedal to make this game work. It's unless you use air braking. Well, it's pretty nice being the gorilla daddy. Oh, I've wanted it for a long time. I got what my dad has. He's died in a car accident. He was dead for like 10 minutes. He had to relearn who he was and everything. He had to relearn everything. How to move, how to talk. He said he'd rather die than go through that again. Well, I'm not sure that makes you a man, but I always felt like he's a man. And he said, I might be the first real man you've ever met. And I said, yeah. And he wasn't bragging. He wasn't like trying to boast or something. But I was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now, there's my Uncle Jeff. He's always had hot girlfriends too. But my dad has fucked a Playboy model, a Hustler model, and a Penthouse model. $50,000 night hookers. I would have fucked all my uncle's girlfriends, but none of them were that hot. They were like 9s or 8s. But, I wanted someone who fucked 10s. And I had never, Jess was really hot. But she was like the only one, really. Like, I fucked the girls I had crushes on. But I wanted, really I wanted, Chelsea. But I'm trying to think of who I met first, my dad or Chelsea. I think it was my dad. But I can't remember. I found that book called The Game. But and he knows all of them, Neil Strauss and Mystery and Tyler, and other ones that you wouldn't have heard of. And so I was like, this guy must know. Well, Tyler's fucked up a couple hundred pigs, but my dad has fucked over 500. Tyler and my dad don't like each other, I don't think. But anyway, yeah, he was like, don't be a pickup artist. That's really retarded. He's like, if you see someone you like, you should feel very embarrassed for not talking to them. But just talking to people to prove that you can is the only value in that, is it proves to your ego that it's not in control or something like that. But otherwise, that's a pretty immature phase. I was like really scared. I was like, so when are we gonna get to the women? And he's like, you know, I'm kind of clickbaiting you here. You think you're here to like talk to all these women, but you're actually here to have garbage removal from your brain. Like there's a lot of things that you believe that you don't understand. Like, you don't understand how things work. And so he just put me in trance, and he fucking talked to me for a few days. And then afterwards, I kept wanting to hang out with him, and he said yeah. It was really nice. And then, finally I had a really hot pig. I had like a pig who everyone in my family, I would have said, I got a hotter pig than you. You ever fucked with me? My pig is hotter than yours. You ever were a bitch to me? My pig is hotter than you. Your boyfriend couldn't fuck my pig. So guess what that makes me? And I was like, it makes me the Gorilla Dick Daddy. But really it didn't. I wasn't there yet. Because, when Din Venom's ex-pig was like, and it wasn't just about hotness. Like, Jess was really hot too. But Jess is very messed up. Jess is like, well, she's nice too, but she's not very friendly, I guess. But I guess she is. I guess she is. Well, she had a mole on her pussy. I don't know if that makes her not as good of a pig. But I don't know if she's as hot as Din Venom's ex-pig. Din Venom's ex-pig, you'd only get a pig like her in Miami. She's a very rare pig. But Jess had a very beautiful face. Much more beautiful than Din Venom's ex-pig. But, Din Venom's ex-pig could make more money on webcamming. And so, if you wanted to put that as the standard, I had a super premium pig. And she loved me too. She's like, I want to have babies. I want to marry you. I want to live with you forever. Wherever you travel, I'll go there. You want to fuck other pigs. Yes, of course. You know, you want to have threesomes. I'll find the girls for you and I'll bring them. Just because I don't like it when you go have sex with someone else without me, just because that makes me so jealous, I'll get girls for us to have threesomes. And, you know, she was a really good pig. If I would have told her to hit someone in the head with a metal pipe, she would have done it. She was my pig, you know what I mean? But eventually my dad was like, you're not psychologically prepared to be with a pig this hot. You're too jealous, you're too weaselly, you're too French, you're too cowardly. You know, you don't have enough other pigs. I had one other long-term girlfriend. And then I fucked Travis's pigs, kind of. Like I fucked his, you know, I basically had, Travis's pigs were kind of mine, but that kind of had its own issues. But because of my own jealousy too, like I didn't want Travis to fuck my pig, really. So I kind of stayed back off his. But basically, I lost my pig because I didn't have enough other pigs. So I was too much like, oh man, you know, I'd be so jealous. And yeah, I was not the Gorilla Dick Daddy. But, you know, Din Venom's ex-pig, she was not the Gorilla Dick Mommy either. She wasn't a real woman. And I knew it. And in some sense, I thought Travis wasn't a real man. I don't know why, but I just kind of felt like that. I want to say it's because he had everything given to him, which is pretty fucked up because Travis gave everything to me. You know, Travis took care of me. And I was at the mercy of people taking care of me. You know, I had Ashley, who was a psychiatrist, very gorgeous. You know, she was just in med school then, but very gorgeous. And like, she's really gorgeous, like really fucking gorgeous. Like, you've never seen a psychiatrist who looks like that. You know, like fucking soft baby face like me. Like a really fucking amazing face and a bubble butt. And like well, why am I talking about her for? Well, because I never felt like any of these pigs were real women. Even though she was a doctor. I never felt like they're real women. I don't know what it was that I don't know what it is that makes a real man, other than going through war. Like going through every one of your supports being taken away. It wasn't through any kind of ritual rite of passage. Unless we just don't have that. Tyler says that one of the things that we don't have in society is a rite of passage, where a boy becomes a man. We don't have that. So I always felt like going to university, that didn't make me a man. And working at a factory, that didn't make me a man. All that stuff was like streamlined. That was painful and bad. You know, I hated working on a schedule. And getting strangled when I was 13 and having that guy try to suck my dick and chase me, that never made me a man. That didn't help me at all. I wasn't like, okay, thanks. Now I get it. You know, that just made me retarded. That just made me fucking traumatized and like sick. And the only thing that fucking did it, the only thing that literally turned me in from the Gorilla Dick baby to the Gorilla Dick daddy was Joanne. No, but it was losing all my support from everywhere. It was literally losing every single person. That's what it was. And then not killing myself. And then just living like that for years. Like, yep, every single person hates me. I can't go to Harvey's without them spitting in my food. I can't get a haircut without them ruining it on purpose. I can't go to the Value Village and ask where the socks are, and they go, "Do you mean child socks?" And I say, "No, like normal socks for me." I can't go to a single place without someone telling me to kill myself and that they're gonna fucking rape me or something like that. There's nowhere to turn. I have literally nowhere to turn. And then it just live like that, looking for ways to kill myself, and I can't find any because I'm too scared. And I'm like, I guess I'm a coward, and I guess I'm of the devil. I guess I'm fucking evil. And I'll just live like that. And that's my hell. That's the hell I live in now. And then when I came out of that, I was different. I was like way different. I was like, first of all, you're a baby. That's like fact number one. I'm the Gorilla Daddy and you're not. I'm Chevy Chase and you're not. That's rule number one. Very clear distinction. Second of all, I know we'll keep that secret. I'm not going to bring that up, but I'm aware of it and I don't forget it for even a single second. I know that if someone tells you to hit me in the head with a lead pipe, you'll do it. And you'll do it just because you follow orders. And whether the person who tells you to do it is a real man or a real woman doesn't matter to you because you can't tell the difference anyway. Whether or not they have the authority to do that doesn't matter to you because you don't have any authority and you don't recognize real authority. To you, real authority is stolen power. And second of all, I can recognize the real daddies. I only got real daddies in my call book. I can recognize the real daddies. And a lot of people who I love, like famous people, I'm like, you're not a real daddy at all. Joe Rogan, not a real daddy. You're a fucking child. Joe Rogan is a child. Not a real daddy, even close. Not even close. But these people who I thought were real daddies, I'm like, you're not a real daddy. You're not a real mommy. Sorry, but you're a baby. You're a fucking baby. Trump, he's a little baby. So, all of them are. All of them are. But Elon Musk, a little baby. A little baby. But these are people, no one would really pay attention to politics anyway. Okay? And all of them, you know, I'm just saying Trump because he's topical right now. If it was someone else, I'd be saying the same thing. Now, could you argue Trump is being human trafficked? That they're like threatening him with pagers and stuff? And that someone on the other side, they wouldn't even have to threaten because they'd just be like, yeah, we'll do all that stuff without needing to be threatened. Maybe. In that sense, could you say Trump is better? Maybe. But, you know, I'm claustrophobic and Trump is into that CCOT prison thing and I really don't like that. But anyways. Moving on. So I still regress into the gorilla baby sometimes. But not for too long. Usually if I talk to the camera for 6 hours, I turn into the gorilla daddy again. And that's actually my favorite thing. The reason I like, kind of in a sense, the reason I like it when Dance Girl tells me she loves me. I feel fucked up saying this. Is because it makes me the gorilla daddy. But it's like the cheat code way of getting that. It's like artificial Gorilla Daddy status. And what I like best is when I get it on my own, and then I talk to Dance Girl. And then I'm like, now I'm the real daddy. And now it's like different. Now I'm not a beggar anymore. And that's fucking cool. Then I'm like, I'm giving my love to you as a gift. Like, then I'm like, my love actually is worthwhile now. And I know, because I feel it. I feel like made out of light. And if you can absorb this, you're in for a treat. You're going to get to know what it's like to be the Gorilla Dick Daddy just by watching this. And I hope it's true what they say. I hope that you really can, just by being a woman, feel exactly how I feel. I don't want you to miss a single bit. And if you can, you're going to be like, oh my God, where have you been? And I'm like, I've been in hell. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. I never expected that this is how it works. But I somehow think that's how it works. You know, I'm thinking of my dad going through really terrible time, relearning everything. I wonder if it gave him a lot of compassion. He said he's never heard of anyone more patient than himself. And then he emphasized, not met, but heard of. Meaning, like, if you knew how stupid you are to me, if you knew how hard it is for me not to punch your head off and kill you, you would be mesmerized by how patient I am. Now, obviously, it doesn't really coincide with my narrative, with my feeling that I'm the Gorilla Dick Daddy, and what's going to happen tomorrow morning when I wake up. I'm going to get a threatening phone call that wakes me up. I'm going to get threats of rape and death and eating shit and cum and piss and laughing that Todd drowned and etc. I don't need to go into it. I don't need to demonize anyone by going into it, okay? I have a habit of doing that. But, you know, I'm going to be like, I'm going to be like, this is the worst thing. This is the most unspiritual thing you can say. This is the worst thing you can say. Do you know who I am? That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to get the phone call. I'm going to say, why is the phone ringing? Don't you know I'm the Gorilla Dick Daddy? Don't you know I've already been to hell? Oh, I'm really perturbed now. Don't you know that I'm so powerful and I'm so cool and I'm giving light to these puppet pinhead wretched retards of Gotham and that they all need me? I'm like Ronald Reagan here. I'm like the fucking emperor. And you're sullying that? I'm the Gorilla Dick Daddy. Do you know who the fuck I am? What's wrong with you? I'm gonna get into that. And fuck you, and how dare you, and what's your problem? Don't you know I'm here? Don't you know I live too and I exist? I'm gonna get all into that. I'm gonna come way down. It's a long way to fall. And then I'm going to go out and And then if I don't get a good sign from Dance Girl, I'm going to come back home and I'm going to be like, I hope you guys all go to prison, especially Dance Girl. I hate you. I hate you so much. I'm going to be like a bitter little worm, like a little fucking worm. Gorilla Dick's daddy status revoked. Only as small as what you love, only as small as what annoys you, and as big as what you love. I'll become as small as a harassing phone call. I'm trying to prepare for it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if it's supposed to always make you angry. I really don't know. It's certainly not natural to have this happen. It's like getting raped. It's like someone's jacking you off and you're like, you're not supposed to come. But it's like, how do you not get angry when someone assaults you? Like how do you not? It's like built into your biology that you're supposed to get angry. Like, how do you override that? And never mind. It's just, when it becomes a sexual fetish for someone to assault you, it's like they just keep doing it. And it's like, what am I gonna do? Like, get euthanized? I don't know what the fuck to do. And then I'm like, well, you become the Gorilla Dick daddy late at night. And I'm like, yeah, because late at night they can't call. They can't have someone sitting out in front of our house dribbling a basketball at 2 a.m. or playing a car stereo that sounds like a basketball or something, or having someone go through our mailbox and after they leave, the mailbox is empty. And I'm like, why did a random girl in plain clothes just open up her mailbox and now the mailbox is empty? Did she steal a check? What did she take? Or something like that. Or I'm playing video games and listening to music. I'm not seeing all the threats come up. I don't have commercials. I'm not going to the store late at night. I'm not going to the store and getting assaulted. I'm like in a quarantine. And my Gorilla Dick status is only as good as my quarantine. So I'm trying to get stronger. I mean, sometimes I can do it. I mean, I get a worldly bliss. Osho remarks that there are two kinds of bliss. There's the worldly bliss. That would be the bliss I get from Dance Girl. And then there's the uncaused bliss. And that's the bliss of enlightenment. That comes from within yourself. And so I'm trying to stay in the uncaused bliss. I want the worldly bliss too, but I'm trying to stay in the uncaused bliss. And for that, I have to keep the uncaused bliss while I go out to the store. And while I'm in the caused bliss too with Dance Girl, which is subject to a lot of miscommunications and ups and downs. And that's a bit of a gamble. And so that's a bit scary sometimes. That's actually really scary. That I'll lose my bliss and then I'll go into the caused bliss. And then in the caused bliss, I'm only as good as my relationship with Dance Girl, which is also dependent on what TSD does, because he can fuck with that. So I'm like, I don't know if I can keep my uncaused bliss while I go to the store tomorrow. But that's what I'm trying to do. And the best gift I can give to Dance Girl is my uncaused bliss. This version of myself is my real gift to her. And to you, to whoever you are watching. And I don't just mean to be arbitrary, like whoever you are. I mean to the people watching. I really need to brush my teeth. I need to go on fruit. I don't have any cookies left. I have some more to bake though. I think we talk about a lot of things here. I'm not really sleeping. But I'm not faking it either. I feel pretty electrified. I try to play video games when I'm falling asleep, so I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. I'm already bad at this game. I can't even do it at all then. But I like going to sleep when I'm so tired that I'm just like, I fall asleep within a minute. Oh, I put on a nice song. I love falling asleep. It's the nicest feeling. But I can't keep my eyes open anymore. I'm gonna go to sleep, I think. I'd be shocked if Dance Girl's watching. It's like a 5 million hour fucking stream. Oh well. They had the Luigi guy in Walmart. Guy wearing a Luigi hat. To say that they hacked my Sonic game. Deleted my save file. Took me like 100 hours work just lost. Like, it was us. I was like, I'd already guessed that. I tried to be positive about it. I was like, you're just saying Sonic is not as good. I think it's better. Luigi over there. It's too cold in here. I have it at 71. Have you ever tobogganed on a wooden sled? Or a sleigh? Aren't they so slow? They should be made out of fiberglass. Hate those things. They're so slow. They could put crazy carpet on the bottom. They don't. It's like, I'm not gonna slide on wood. Are you crazy? And that's expensive too. And you're not even gonna put a fiberglass underneath? And then enough people go on it, you can steer it. I felt like I was in the kitchen there. I was dreaming of being in the kitchen, trying to open a can. Taking it on my toboggan ride. Gave me cringy, not cringy, but do you know when you scratch your nails on a chalkboard and it makes you feel squirmy? That's how I felt thinking of a sled or a sleigh, a wooden toboggan that looks like a candy cane that a bunch of people sit on. I'd rather have I'd rather have a fucking GT snow racer than that, or a snowboard or something.
Okay. Oh my god. I have to pee. I have to brush my teeth. I have to take out the garbage.
I had a dream that I was locking the doors. I was like really scared. I was like, I gotta lock the doors. I'm scared. I just went out and took the garbage. Last time I took out the garbage, I don't know what day it was, but they had a fucking car, a white Honda Civic, fucking scare me. I was like, I wonder if Dance Girl's gonna say anything now. You know, there was a silver Honda Civic that drove by. So I'll say this is neutral. I think this is probably a good sign. So I may have just gotten an I love you from Dance Girl. And I was like looking, I was like, there better be a fucking Honda Civic that drives by. And then there was. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. So good night. I love you.